Seeking Out My Mother in Another World. By Yu Fujiwara. Volume 3, Lively from Within the Forest. Translated by SHM Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 12, Sorry for Bothering You, Dragon-san. Chapter 12.1. Right, let's go to the mountains. In this world, the calendar is nearly identical to Earth's. Just as 13 years have passed for me during my time on Earth, it seems that 13 years have also elapsed in this parallel realm. Whether it's a different planet or a parallel world remains uncertain, but at least in terms of celestial rotation and revolution, the alignment is remarkably precise. I arrived here on March 21st by Earth's calendar. Now, it's already May 18th, almost 2 months have gone by. Rainy season is approaching. Mother remarked. About another half month, I suppose. The rain will increase, lasting for about a month. After that, it'll signal the arrival of summer. It felt similar back to where I came from. We called it Tsuyu, the rainy season. Although in recent years, it seemed like summer arrived even before the rainy season, with temperatures rising steadily. Your father used to say that summer here isn't scorching hot. Well, I like that. But if the rain starts, I better head out early. Indeed. Pochi seems quite eager too. And that's how it goes. 10 days have passed since our presentation on Consomme in the town of Sidera. Our family has decided to pay a visit to the mountain where the dragons reside. Section. Kurururu. Kiyu. All right, Pochi. I'm going to make you work hard. Pochi wags its tail enthusiastically as I bring out the harness and connect it to the wagon. We've loaded plenty of meat from nearby animals, and now we're ready to set off. Chocola, please look after Pochi as its guardian. Bark. As we exit the gate and head north, passing by the dismantling place nearby, Pochi shivers slightly. It's been 2 months since we transmigrated back, and we've been butchering animals here. Perhaps animals can sense the lingering scent of blood and the uneasiness buried in the ground. Since G. Liz infused his blood here, it's been about a month and a half. Whether it's thanks to him or not, nothing strange has happened, and no mutants have appeared, at least not yet. Mother also doesn't seem to notice anything unusual. Well, I'll have G. Liz take a look next time. We venture into the forest, clearing thickets, breaking branches, and occasionally felling trees. This time, we're doing these tasks more meticulously, almost as if we're building a proper road. We'll likely be making this journey back and forth many times in the future. Sway, you seem excited. Is it obvious? As I swing my sword and walk alongside the carriage, Karen asks. Are you really that excited to visit G. Liz? While meeting his family is exciting, I still long for the sea. Right. Only recently did I discover that on the other side of the mountain range where the dragons reside, there's a sea. The Void Forest stretches across the northeastern part of this continent. It has a radius of about 10 days' travel by wagon, covering an area of approximately 500 to 700 kilometers. However, the forest itself isn't a perfect circle. Viewed from above like a map, it resembles a fan with a missing slice, essentially a Pac-Man shape. This isn't due to vegetation but rather a result of the terrain. The northeastern part of the Void Forest has a large indentation, where an inner bay has eroded. Nestled deep within that bay, the mountain range where G. Liz and the others reside stands tall. I once asked my mother if it would be possible to explore the forest by sailing around the sea and entering from the other side. The answer was no. The magic power flowing through the veins of the earth remains consistent whether on land or at sea, and there are monsters lurking even underwater. Attempting to sail into the sea of the Void Forest would be suicidal. Ironically, being out at sea poses its own dangers, even for someone like Mother. The town of Sidera lies at the opposite end from the sea, perhaps because approaching it by land is more secure than by sea. Of course, that doesn't make it any less challenging. While living in Japan, this concept might not resonate as strongly, but thinking about European history, human progress was synonymous with clearing forests. Primeval forests were never meant for human habitation. Venturing into the woods signified danger and death. Characters in fairy tales are often banished to the forest, symbolizing their estrangement from society and impending demise. At least that's what my world history teacher used to say. Ah, the nostalgia of school lessons. If only I could bring over the massive stack of textbooks and materials I used in high school, they would have been incredibly useful here. Well, I do have an equally extensive encyclopedia in my study, which doubles as my bedroom anyway. But I digress. Let's return to the sea. According to G. Liz, we can descend to the sea from the backside of the mountain where he resides. While venturing too far offshore can be perilous due to certain creatures, the shallow waters harbor fewer dangerous species. In other words, we can gather seafood, fish from the sea, and perhaps kombu. I wonder if there's any. Between the incident of biting into a raw tomato and now, I occasionally find myself unsure how to interact with sway. That's seaweed, right? Why do you even want to eat seaweed? Yes, I've heard that it's not commonly consumed. Beyond habit, I can't quite fathom why one would want to eat it. Apparently, foreigners ask the same question. Even in the other world. While it's a staple ingredient in Asian cuisine, well, I understand the resistance to eating it. But if it's used for broth, it's invisible, and the aversion should be minimal. For me, the primary purpose isn't consuming seaweed salad. Drying and preserving kombu or similar types of seaweed is the goal. Ever since I arrived here, I've been craving that umami explosion of glutamic acid, and soon it might be within my grasp. Seaweed sounds a bit off-putting, but I trust Sway's cooking. After all, I didn't expect raw cherry tomatoes to taste so delicious. Keep looking forward to the homegrown earth tomatoes too, they're edible raw. I'm still a bit wary. Tomato cultivation takes time. The seeds I planted in pots have finally grown into seedlings, and just recently, I transplanted them into the garden. It'll probably take another 2 months for the fruits to ripen. Oh, Mother is excited. Did your father enjoy them over there? Sitting on the wagon seat, Mother asks with a smile. Yeah, he ate them chilled or paired with cheese. We'll have to see how sweet they turn out. Even if raw isn't your preference, there are various cooking methods. I'm looking forward to the taste from your father's hometown. Well, I'll do my best to eat them too. Karen stiffens her posture as if in competition. Well, raw tomatoes aren't everyone's favorite, so no need to force it. Sway, Vial-sama. There's an unsettling presence diagonally ahead. Perhaps a demon beast. Should we wait for it to attack? I'll create a diversion using wind. If it emerges, let's take care of it. It seems something lies beyond the thicket. Despite our words, no one is truly nervous. We can't touch the souvenir meat, so let's hope it becomes tonight's dinner. As we gaze at the distant peaks of the mountain range, our march continues without incident. Chapter 12.2. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, I was astonished. We had spent about 4 days journeying north through the forest, cutting our way more meticulously than when we returned home from the town of Sidera. If we continued to travel this path regularly, the ground would become compacted, and it would establish itself as a proper road. And so, on the afternoon of the 4th day, where the trees became sparser, revealing more rocky terrain and a changing vegetation, the landscape transformed into what could easily be called a mountainous region. It was there that we made our discovery. Mother, Karen, what is this? Well, it's much narrower than what we've been creating, but it was a path. Due to the lower density of vegetation, it wasn't immediately obvious. However, the soil had been smoothened and small stones removed, creating a path about the width of 2 people. Clearly, something was regularly passing through here. And furthermore, it is leading toward the mountains, inviting us, or perhaps repelling us. What does this mean? Did G-Liz create it? I can't imagine the dragons would make such a path. True, they do walk, but even if they did, it wouldn't leave these kinds of path. Mother squatted down to examine the path. It doesn't look dissimilar to the marks left by dragging a tail, but if that's the case, it's strange that there are no footprints to the left or right. Chocola, can you smell G-Liz? Kuan. Chocola, when asked, twitched his nose against the ground. Eventually, he sat back and let out a short bark. Bark. It seems not. Thank you. After giving Chocola a pat on the head, Mother stood up. It definitely continues deeper into the mountains. This area at the base of the mountain had more exposed rock, but as we climbed, the trees thickened again, obscuring our view of the path ahead. The types of trees have changed. Pine, oak, and chestnut, perhaps. There is something called vegetation succession. It refers to the changes that occur during the process of forest growth. Initially, on barren soil, mosses and lichens begin to grow, followed by annual plants. Gradually, perennial plants emerge, and trees start to grow. At first, these trees are often sun-loving shrubs. However, as taller sun-loving trees take over, the ground becomes shaded, and the smaller shrubs disappear. Then, shade-tolerant trees, those that can thrive with less light, establish dominance, leading to a stable ecosystem centered around these shade-tolerant trees. This mature forest is known as the climax community. In this context, magic power also plays a role, making vegetation somewhat complex and diverse. However, the fundamental process remains relatively consistent. In a mature native forest, shade-tolerant trees should dominate. Whether it's pine, oak, or chestnut, they all seem like sun-loving trees. Is it because the mountain slopes face south? It's true that they are on the southern side. Sway. This tree has an even more noticeable characteristic. As I pondered, Karen shared a common trait with me. All these trees bear edible fruits. Additionally, they provide excellent wood. In other words, beneficial trees for humans. And then it happened. Hey, what are you doing there? From deeper within the forest path, between the trees, numerous presences and watchful eyes suddenly appeared. We all tensed up. Before we could even ask who they were, shock washed over us. Despite being hidden in the shadows, none of us, not even Mother or Chocola, had noticed their approach. They stood there, each holding bows and arrows or spears, looking down at us from the slope above. There were 7 of them. All women. Their appearance was striking, with an overall slender and well-proportioned figure. If you only saw their upper bodies, they could easily pass for Earth's models. Clad in outfits that covered only their chests, similar to bikinis, they exuded an alluring aura. Human. It's a human. Why is there a human here? How did they get here? What do we do about these intruders? On the other hand, their language is somewhat hesitant. Perhaps they are not accustomed to using human words, no. Perhaps their oral structure isn't suited for pronouncing human words. Because they are. What should we do? Should we attack? Attacking is a no-go, but inviting them is also not advisable. Should we retreat? Maybe they'll return willingly. Fangs peeked out from their mouths. Their sharp gazes emanated from their eyes, pupils thin and pointed, reminiscent of reptilian features. And most notably, from their waists downward. In other words, their lower bodies were covered in scales, like those of a snake. Delphine tribes lamias. And why are you all here? Mother uttered their species name. Lamia, upper bodies human, lower bodies snake or dragon. To think that creatures known as mythical monsters on Earth actually existed in this world. Do you know about us? We encountered your kind once in the remote regions of the Beastkin territory. I see, you can't sense your presence because mixed attributes of wind and earth, along with concealment magic, are your specialties. As Mother spoke, the lamias grew more wary. Honestly, Mother, you're too composed even when you're being targeted from above. Well, I suppose I can handle any attacks. I understand, for the most part. Mother nodded and then addressed Chocola, who was growling nearby. Chocola, it's okay. Go over to Pochi. Bark. Chocola leaped backward and began licking Pochi's legs, who was looking anxious. Kyuru. Bark bark. Karen, please take care of the other side. Leaving Pochi and Chocola with Karen, I stood next to Mother. Understood, but what exactly? These lamias are a minority race that rarely interact with humans. In human society, they're sometimes referred to as demi-humans, though that term doesn't carry a positive connotation, so try to avoid using it, Suekuan. They have unique customs and culture, but their language is understandable, and their ethical values aren't vastly different. Who are you all? If you intend any harm, we won't cause harm or act hostile. Fluttering her open palms, Mother continued. Lamias have a certain trait. Or perhaps it's a form of reverence. They consider the dragons as their ancestors. Ah, so these people are. Lamia, if you truly pride yourselves as the offspring of the Fafnir clan's tail, the fledglings of Gilis, then guide us. We, the Hateno family, have come to establish friendship with you as fellow inhabitants of this forest as friends of Gilis. That Gilis. If only he'd properly informed them about us. While Mother boldly declared this to the Lamias, I retrieved a communication crystal from my pocket and sent a message to Gilis. Moshi Moshi Atasha Meri-san. We're currently at the foot of the mountain. What is Moshi Moshi Atasha Meri-san? What kind of incantation is that? The relentless questioning from Gilis would come about 10 minutes later. Chapter 12.3. Amidst the sprawling landscape. We ascended the mountain, guided by the Lamias. The winding mountain path curved around the slopes, and it seemed that the village of Gilis lay on the other side of the mountain, opposite the direction from which we had come. Pochi is amazing. To climb while pulling such a hefty load. Kururu. Pochi pulled the lizard carriage tirelessly and continued up the trail effortlessly. Moreover, it even appeared somewhat delighted. One of the accompanying Lamias spoke. The Tarask said it enjoys it. Do you understand it was saying? Yes. Emotions resonate. Perhaps the frequency of its cries varied with its emotions. Fascinating. Well, if it's having fun, that's good. I wouldn't want to cause unnecessary hardship. Indeed. You're kind even to beasts. Gilis-sama must have chosen well. Everyone wishes happiness for their family. And Gilis, too, flew down to us because he's worried about you, didn't he? I had contacted Gilis through the crystal communicator, and he promptly arrived at the foot of the mountain. His oversight in forgetting to inform us about the Lamias was a minor blunder, but was genuinely relieved that no conflict had arisen. Right, we too, glad. The Lamia smiled. The warmth in her expression was remarkably human. In any case, after about 2 hours of ascending the mountain path, we completed a half-turn around the slope. And there it was, the abode of Gilis, the dragon village. Section. Incredible. My initial impression was one of awe. The village had been carved into the mountainside, creating a grand expanse. First, my eyes fell upon the terraced fields. They were meticulously leveled, and I could see wheat likely growing there. The golden ears of grain were ripening beautifully. Next, the grazing pastures stretched out in green waves. From a distance, I spotted sheep, goats, and cows leisurely grazing. Amidst the terraced fields and pastures, houses dotted the landscape. These were the Lamias' dwellings, simple wooden structures. I wondered what kind of life they led. At the highest point of the settlement, the rocky face revealed a large cave. That was the abode of the dragons, Gilis' family. The scenery was majestic, awe-inspiring, and pulsated with the rhythm of daily life. But what truly moved me was the view from the slope overlooking the sea below. The ocean. The blue water stretched endlessly into the distance. Beneath the calm surface, I sensed boundless vitality, the source of life. Geographically, it should be an inner bay, but the vastness of the forest made it hard to discern from here. Still, the blue sea extended infinitely. Suekun, do you like the sea? Mother's voice interrupted my reverie. Not enough to say I love it, but Japan is an island nation, so I'm very familiar with the sea. We often went swimming and clam digging. Father and I used to enjoy it. When was the last time I'd been to the sea? I remember how your father was moved when he saw the ocean here. Her voice choked with emotion as she hugged me tightly from behind. He was so overjoyed that he kissed me. Even though people are watching. Then will Sway kiss me too? I won't. And lovey-dovey talk about my parents makes me uncomfortable. I reprimanded Karen, who was closing in on me, and turned to my mother and voiced my complaint. I know, stories from our parents' youth are heartwarming, aren't they? But when they mention things like kissing, well, it's a bit embarrassing. Kuan. What's wrong, Chocola? Chocola, at my feet, gazed up at me as if pleading for something. Do you want to play? Bark. Bark bark. Sure, You can use the pasture. Just then, Liz, who had come to greet us, called out from above. But before that, allow me to introduce my family. Please bear with me for a moment. Bark. Yeah, I'll be right back. As soon as Liz said that, a silvery light sparkled at the entrance of the cave. The dragon extended its wings, floated gently in midair, and then descended toward us in a majestic arc. If Liz was a fighter jet, this newcomer resembled a graceful glider. Its scales, unlike Liz's complex hues, were a dazzling silver. The undulating patterns were smooth, and the horns on its head traced elegant curves. Its eyes, fixed on us, held kindness and tender affection. But what caught my attention were the two little dragons clinging to its back and head. One looked timid, while the other regarded us with curiosity, their tiny gazes directed our way. The large silver dragon lowered its head slightly and opened its mouth. Welcome, human children. Though such phrasing is perhaps impertinent. Welcome, heavenly bell witch Donno's family. I am wife of Liz, from the Fafnir clan. And these precious hatchlings, on my head is and on my back, Ness. In the skies within our wings' reach, may our bond endure eternally. Mother stepped forward, representing us, and offered a respectful bow. Thank you. Great Dragon Donno, consort of our friend Liz, Donno. I am Vilmukare Hatano, known as the Heavenly Bell Witch, consort of Kazutaru Hateno, also known as All Night, whose soul eternally rests in the sky now. And here stands our beloved son, Sway Hateno. Our adopted daughter, Karen, hails from the enigmatic elven clan, Kwaioi. Accompanying us are Chocola, a Siu Sith, and the Tarask, Pochi. Thus, the Hateno family comprises 6 members. Bound by an eternal covenant, even beyond fleeting mortal lives, may our friendship lasts for eternity. After the solemn introduction, the atmosphere softened slightly. Everyone present seemed to relax. Welcome, travelers from afar. We extend our warmest greetings. We are honored. By the way, our children are eager to play. May we borrow a corner of your pasture? Mother glanced at Chocola and Pochi, her expression wry. Liz's wife, also smiled, her eyes narrowing in an endearing manner. Certainly. In that case, please show them around. Feel free to play together. Emmy, can I handle it? The little dragon perched on head fluttered its wings nervously, glancing around. From its voice and manner of speech, I guessed it was a girl. Stepping forward, I smiled at the young dragon. I'm Sway. Nice to meet you. Can I call you Chan? Hiya. May we entrust our Chocola and Pochi to you? Understood. Chocola and Pochi, listen to her and play nicely. Bark. Bark bark. Kuraruru. Chocola barked, and then turned her gaze toward waiting expectantly. Pochi raised his chin, his round eyes sparkling. Chocola, Pochi. Nice to meet you. Now, come over here. Nei-chan, do you think you can handle it? Well, the lamias are watching, so it should be fine. The other little dragon, perched on back, murmured as they followed toward the pasture. Hello, little brother-san over there. Can I call you Neskuan? Yeah. Nice to meet you, Ni-chan. This is my first time meeting a human. Ness fluttered over to me and settled gently on my head. Ahaha, it's wobbly. Get a grip, Ni-chan. Haha, surprisingly heavy. I think it will even more when walking since I'm bipedal. It's okay, I'll hold on. Liz wore an exasperated expression and scolded his son. Hey, Ness. That's disrespectful to our guest. I apologize, Sway. He's a bit mischievous. No worries, it's fine. We've ridden on Liz's back plenty of times too. Putting your son on my head seems fun. See, Ni-chan agrees. Don't just scold Ness like that. Excuse me, Sway-san. Will you play with him? Liz seemed both exasperated and slightly pleased by his son's antics. While speaking to me, subtly kept an eye on chan as she played chase with Chocola in the pasture. The dragons may have different forms, but they're not so different from us. Seeing this happy family warms my heart. Mother, Can I leave the souvenirs we have in the car with you? Certainly. I'll take care of the adult matters. So, thank you. Karen, shall we join Chocola and the others? Pochi seems a bit disappointed that he can't join the chase. I'll keep him company. Mother gestured toward the parked lizard car, urging G-Liz and his wife. Ignoring her, we turned our faces toward the pasture. All right, let's run, G-Neskuan. It'll sway a lot, but hold on tight, okay? Hiya, just what I wanted. Chapter 12.4. I have a problem with it. And as the sun set, a feast was held. In the center of the village, there was a square where bonfires were lit. There, alongside the lamias, dishes and sake were served. The staple food was bread. It was made from pine nuts and chestnuts that had been planted at the foot of the mountain. Truly delicious. The milling and fermentation techniques were probably far superior on Earth. However, the slightly firm dough baked in the stone oven had a strong elasticity and chewiness, along with a unique, enticing aroma. The flavors of pine nuts and chestnuts added to it, creating something wild and overflowing, unlike anything one could taste in Japan. Apparently, they meticulously removed the bitterness from acorns, yes, those little acorns, and blended them with wheat flour. Nuts are incredibly nutritious. So this bread, when eaten, invigorated and energized. Moreover, it was shaped like an inflated large pizza, piling up more and more. Even when cut into eighths, it was too big to hold with one hand. As accompaniments to the bread, there were meat, vegetables, and cheese. The meat and vegetables were raw, as it was the dietary habit of the dragons and the lamias. However, they had thoughtfully provided a bonfire for us. The three of us, myself, Karen, and Mother, skewered the meat and vegetables and grilled them carefully. The seasoning was only herbs and rock salt, but it was essentially a barbecue, so it was undoubtedly delicious. It tasted even better when sandwiched between the bread. And paired with cheese, it was even more delightful. Ah, I'd love to bake bread at home. Maybe I'll build a stone oven when I return. I wonder if bread can rise without yeast. I'll read and investigate in the study at home. And then, for me, an underage individual, there was something I was hardly familiar with: alcohol. It is said that they brewed a milk liqueur by blending the milk of goats, sheep, and cows. The liquid was frothy white, with a distinct aroma. Mother, who hadn't imbibed in a while, sipped it slowly, her expression both pleased and joyful. Karen, too, had a single glass, but her face turned rosy, and she leaned against me, smiling. She didn't do it on purpose, right? Of course, I declined, though curiosity got the better of me, and I took a tiny sip. The flavor felt quite unique, perhaps because I lacked experience with alcohol or because milk liqueur was unfamiliar. Well, eventually, our family might share a drink together during evening gatherings. Since Mother enjoys it, perhaps we could make some at home. Fruit wine, like grape wine? Making alcohol at home was illegal in Japan, but I wondered about the rules here. Not far from where the humans gathered around the campfire, Chocola and Pochi happily enjoyed their meal. Chocola devoured a hefty chunk of raw meat, while Pochi feasted on a mound of grass. Chocola and Pochi seemed to be having fun. Is it tasty? Bark. Nom nom nom. Kyurururururu. Yum yum. They're really digging in. The grass they ate seemed to be a different variety from what we cultivated at home. Since we received seeds, I thought we'd plant them. Pochi would appreciate the variety in flavors too. Chocola seems to prefer this. And Pochi. Pochi isn't here, remember? Also, Karen seems fine. No worries. Hee hee. Karen leaned against me, her soft body pressing against mine. It made me uneasy. My heart was fluttering even though I hadn't touched any alcohol. I couldn't exactly push her away. May I take some of this alcohol with me? Sure. But it turns sour quickly, so drink it soon. Ah, preservation isn't its strong suit. That's a problem. Mother seemed to enjoy this sake. Perhaps I should brew some at home after all. How's everyone enjoying themselves? The imposing presence behind me revealed itself. G-Liz and mine are the dragon couple. Thank you. We truly appreciate your hospitality. Oh, but we're grateful for the fine meat you provided. It's rare to savor creatures from the deep forest. We brought as much as we could, but I hope it's enough. The village housed around 30 lamias. Technically, they were the Delphine tribe. Within their ranks, males were called Noga and females lamia. However, there were no Noga here, all were lamia. The Delphine reproduced through eggs, but even among the lamia, they could lay eggs through parthenogenesis. In such cases, all offspring turned out to be lamia. So, there were several lamia children in the village. They were small, their tails playfully weaving about, utterly adorable. The intricacies of why Noga weren't present or how they ended up deep in this forest remained elusive. But everyone expressed their happiness at meeting G-Liz and mine are. I shifted my gaze to the little dragon siblings curled up on their parents' backs. Your children seem fast asleep. They must be tired from playing. Chocola and Pochi are still full of energy. We had fun too. Even though they're kids, dragons are incredibly swift. We'd tried chasing them, but their speed far surpassed ours. Chocola managed to keep up, though. Isn't our dogo amazing? Foo. Indeed. After all, they're our hatchlings. Are you being an idiot parent? Even so, they're still vulnerable. Our daughter is timid, and our son tends to act without thinking. As parents, we worry. In this forest, it's understandable. Being timid is actually a sign of kindness. Although it may be considered naive, having a curious spirit is not a bad thing. The two of them seemed like good siblings, each complementing the other's flaws. Well, if you put it that way. It's a bit embarrassing. Ha, you're quite skilled at giving compliments. Well, you're right though. Seriously, you're such an idiot parent. After sharing a hearty laugh, I broached a topic that had been on my mind since the feast began. Ano, by the way, can I ask something? I surveyed the dishes laid out before us, then turned to the couple. Everything, the bread, meat, and vegetables, is delicious. But I noticed that we can see the sea right nearby. Why weren't any seafood dishes served today? None of the dishes seemed to include anything from the ocean. It felt rather unnatural, to be honest. I apologize if this sounds presumptuous. But when G-Liz mentioned the sea earlier, you said the mountain faces the ocean, and you can descend to the coast. You even mentioned fishing. Yet today's meal didn't feature any seafood. Is there a reason for that? Was it simply an oversight? Or perhaps they rarely ate fish, so it wasn't even considered as an option? Probably not. After all, outside the lamia's home, right on their doorstep, there were fishing nets and harpoons. The neatly folded nets were stacked, and harpoons leaned against the wooden boards. Even from a distance, it was clear. Setting aside the dragon, at the very least, the lamia engaged in fishing. However, there was no sign of them going fishing today, nor did they return from a fishing trip. Despite their warm welcome, the abundance of freshly baked bread, meat, vegetables, and even cheese, along with the effort put into tending livestock, it struck me as odd that seafood was conspicuously absent. There might be some circumstances preventing them from providing fish. Perhaps they can't catch fish or access the sea for some reason. I apologize. I'm sorry. Anne. One of the lamia who had been serving us suddenly dejiza herself before me. We have fish. There are some left. But it's very precious. It's essential for us. So, it's all right. Please raise your head. G-Liz interrupted the lamia who was fervently apologizing and pleading with me. Don't misunderstand. There's no need for you to apologize. Our friend, too, isn't blaming you. Quite the opposite. We appreciate your concern. In truth, it's something we should be handling. G-Liz's voice carried a hint of bitterness. He nodded at me as I looked up in silence, then continued, sighing. For the Delphine tribe, especially the lamia, seafood, fish, is a crucial source of nutrition. Without fish, their bodies gradually weaken. But due to certain circumstances, we haven't been able to go out to sea recently. For the lamia, the dried fish and fish sauce we've stored are lifelines. We simply couldn't afford to provide fish for you. Actually, I was planning to discuss this with you tomorrow. I noticed that not only G-Liz but also mine were focused on me. In fact, all the lamia, those serving food, those managing the feast, had stopped their tasks and were watching us. Giles continued. There's a troublesome mutant occupying the sea. A nasty one. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about the underwater situation. Sway, could you somehow help us? Me. I rose to my feet, then knelt in front of the lamia who had apologized earlier, bowing deeply. I truly apologize for burdening you with such difficult questions. It was thoughtless of me. Anne. Thank you. Despite your own hardships, you've welcomed us so warmly. Ah. The lamia raised her tear-streaked face. Transparent tears, no different from those shed by humans. I was the one who made her cry. I should have been more considerate. I should have asked Giles privately, away from their presence. And my initial question was poorly phrased, no wonder it might have seemed like I was blaming them for not serving fish. So, it's my responsibility to address this. Giles, please tell me more. Chapter 13, The Threatening Serpent Turtle Shark. Chapter 13.1, What matters most is the bounty of the sea. The morning after the feast, we gathered to organize information and assess the situation. We met before the entrance to the highest point in the village, the cave where the Giles family resided. Present were the Giles family, the 3 members of the Hateno household, and Chocola, and the representative of the lamia. First and foremost, we must consider the well-being of the lamia. Regularly consuming fish is crucial for them or they'll get sick. This symptom was unheard of on Earth. When I inquired about the specifics, it turned out to be more severe than anticipated. Our minds become foggy, rendering us unable to think clearly. We grow weak, unable to perform tasks. And, without fish, we were teetering on the brink of collapse. Among those attending the meeting was the lamia-san, whom I had inadvertently offended last night. Initially reserved, she now interacted with me normally thanks to my desperate pleas and apologetic gestures. Truly, my words had fallen short. But I never imagined that lamia had such a unique ecology. On Earth, we had never encountered symptoms like these where not eating fish could lead to death. Is this common among the Delphine tribe? Is it exclusive to lamia, or do the Naga share this vulnerability? Yes, the Caribe, or rather, those creatures, captured us. In exchange for compliance, they demand we raise their offspring. Those who refused, fled. Lamia-san hesitated. I redirected the conversation. Currently, you are surviving with dried fish and fish sauce. Yes. Adults can still endure, but children, without fish, they wither away. They become the distant ones. And what does distant ones mean? They lose their understanding. Unable to speak, their minds and hearts remain underdeveloped. In other words, it seems that their brains suffer from developmental disorders. Upon hearing this, I arrived at a certain conjecture. I see. Suekuan, have you figured something out? Probably. I think it's DHA. DHA, docosahexaenoic acid. An essential type of unsaturated fatty acid. On Earth, it was often mythically touted as something that enhances intelligence. But it wasn't entirely baseless. In reality, DHA is essential for the human body. It cannot be synthesized internally and must be obtained from external sources. Moreover, it plays a role in enhancing brain and neural tissue function. Fish, known for its abundant DHA content, was famous on Earth. I believe the Delphine tribe requires even more DHA than us humans, to the point where consciously consuming fish becomes vital for their survival. Reactions varied. Mother wore a thoughtful expression, Karen seemed puzzled, and the others appeared utterly bewildered. I remember your father mentioning something to me once. He told me that there are many kinds of nutrients. How different types are found in meat, grains, and vegetables. Consuming only one type isn't healthy. Suekuan's explanation falls under that category of nutrient types, right? Yes. Proteins, carbohydrates, fats, and vitamins. Over there, research has advanced, and nutrients are classified into intricate categories. But, well, I don't fully grasp the complexities. So, this is purely a deduction within my knowledge limits. Of course, we couldn't scientifically examine lamia's bodies. However, if we consider this perspective, many things start to make sense. This village excels in animal husbandry, especially dairy products like cheese. And at the foot of the mountains, various nuts are abundant, often used in bread. These foods also contain significant amounts of DHA or similar fatty acids. Surely, lamia and their unique physiology shaped their culinary culture in this way. The name of that fatty acid? What was it again? Omega something, I can't recall. Unsaturated fatty acids have a blood-thinning effect. The dizziness resulting from deficiency occurs because the brain and neural tissues don't function properly due to insufficient DHA. The likely cause of death is probably poor blood flow, leading to conditions like cerebral infarction. Children are more susceptible to these symptoms because they require more nutrients during their developmental stages. While the actual details remain uncertain, this explanation fits. Liz tilted his head and followed up. Quite impressive that you've figured all this out. But Sway, if that's the case, can the symptoms be avoided by consuming plenty of nuts and cheese as substitutes? I don't know. Fish overwhelmingly contain more DHA. Especially ocean fish. River fish have much less, and nuts are fundamentally different in terms of specific types. I believe cheese contains DHA, but I'm unsure how much they'd need to maintain lamia's health. I thought it might provide some comfort for the children. True. For young ones, besides fish, consider feeding them extra cheese. And if possible, opt for fish sauce over dried fish. Cooking tends to reduce DHA content. It would be great if we had recipes that cleverly combined cheese and fish sauce, but that's something to consider. The priority, however, is addressing the root cause. As for the mutated creature, how long has it been occupying the sea? About half a month. Right after I sent you to Sidera. It appeared suddenly. Seems they've taken a liking to that inner bay. Dragons. Gila's family also found them challenging to deal with. The sea is filled with water, right? Our dragon magic primarily relies on wind attributes. Unfortunately, wind and water don't get along. My magic is also halved underwater. Karen, with her dual wind and water attributes, followed Liz's lead. What about water attributes? That's tricky too. Magic involves creating and manipulating. Interfering with something that's inherently there using the same attribute is difficult. I have water attributes, but using magic with sea water is nearly impossible. I see. Chocola's light attributes would be difficult to use too. Kuan. Chocola could dive into rivers to catch fish, but battling mutated creatures underwater was a different story. His dazzling, piercing attack, we really need a name for it, would likely lose half its power against underwater foes. With my magic, I believe I can eliminate it. Mother spoke, but hesitation was evident. However, in my case, I tend to do things spectacularly. That wouldn't serve any purpose, would it? Exactly, Heavenly Beldono. Our goal isn't merely exterminating the mutated creatures. It's about restoring the sea so that fish can thrive once more. If you trigger an explosion to annihilate the mutant, the bay will become turbulent. We are planning to just wait. There was anguish in Liz's voice. Mutants have a short lifespan. That's natural because it is a monster resulting from a magic power crucible. Therefore, it is better to just endure the mutant and wait for it to die on its own. Like a passing storm or melting snow. How long does it take? Shortest is about half a year, longest is a year. But that won't do for the lamia children. We could go somewhere far offshore to catch fish, but that's only a temporary solution. When a mutant dies, an explosion occurs. Given its size, the bay will remain disturbed for a while. It'll take another year or two for fish to return. Meanwhile, the children will suffer. So, the only option is to eliminate the mutant without causing an explosion. Will you give it a try, Sway? Liz bowed deeply toward me. I cannot ask the impossible of you. I do not wish to put you in danger. However, if you can defeat it without causing an explosion, the sea will return to its original state. The children will once again be able to catch fish. Of course, I will do everything within my power. But, if I'm going to face this creature, I need to gather information. plan, and prepare. First, I must see the enemy with my own eyes. What kind of mutant is it? G-Liz closed his eyes, perhaps envisioning the creature's form. He sighed deeply before responding. It's a shark. Well, calling it a shark might not do it justice. It's part turtle, part serpent. A chimera combining features of 3 different species. And its size dwarfs even my own body by 5-fold. That's a formidable adversary. Before me stood the ultimate foe, surpassing even the fearsome shock bear. Chapter 13.2. This one is a bit of a foul. The sea spreads under the steep cliff's face. Carved into the cliffs were zigzagging slopes, providing a path down to the coastline. To my eyes, accustomed to life in Japan, it appeared perilous. Yet for the lamias, this design allowed for safety margins. Their large tails ensured stable footing, minimizing the risk of slipping. As a 2-legged creature, I had no such advantage. But with my enhanced body, even a fall wouldn't harm me. So, I steeled my nerves and walked carefully, avoiding glancing downward. By the way, Mother and Karen leaped down like agile antelopes. Wait, don't leave me behind, I called out, my loyal companion, Chocola, by my side. Bark. I apologize for not letting you run ahead. Finally, we reached the spacious shoreline. A fisherman's hut stood in one corner, and several boats were neatly arranged nearby. Interesting boat design. We often dive into the sea to catch fish. These boats are for storing our catch. The lamia's swimming prowess allowed them to propel themselves using their tails underwater. The boat resembled a canoe, but its rear was uniquely shaped. There, a lamia would snugly fit, serving as both helmsman and propulsion source. In human terms, it was akin to using a kickboard while doing flutter kicks. So, are all of you fisher lamias? I suppose this fishing method is risky when large sea creatures are swimming around. Well, it's not much different from a big fishing vessel, I guess. G-Liz, where does this mutated creature usually appear in the sea? Usually, it roams somewhat offshore, but it occasionally comes quite close. G-Liz replied. His massive body occupied nearly half the beach. Dad, why did you bring us here? You warned us not to go near the sea after the appearance of the mutated creature. It's scary. 2 young dragons cling to his back. The trembling Mine Ork-chan hardly needed to speak, and even G-Ness's gaze darted around nervously. Though you are still young, you are our fledglings. The lamias consider not only us, your parents, but also you as their masters. Therefore, there are times when you must summon courage. Witness the threat to our way of life with your own eyes. G-Liz solemnly said so to his son and daughter. Indeed, this was a perfect opportunity to experience the danger while ensuring safety. After all, I am here. Sway, there, Karen said, pointing toward the open sea and tugging at my sleeve. I estimated it to be about 100 meters offshore. A sharp, triangular shape seemed to float on the unruffled surface, something familiar from movies. It's a shark's dorsal fin. A scene I've seen in films. Gah! Chocola growled, alert by my side. That means even from this distance, caution was necessary. The dorsal fin sliced through the water, zigzagging unpredictably, gradually closing the gap between us. Dad, it's coming this way. Oh, Dad, I'm scared. G-Liz-sama, please flee. No need to worry. Just watch in silence. From 100 meters to 70, 70 to 50, 50 to 40, and then 25 meters. Finally, it reached a distance akin to swimming across a pool. The creature raised its head above the water. The head resembled that of a great white shark, infamous for its man-eating reputation. Rows of serrated teeth filled its mouth, and its lifeless eyes bored into us. But the neck extending from that head was long, like that of a plesiosaur or a serpent. The elevated head curved, pointing its snout toward the nearby bushes. The connected body resembles a turtle. Its back, whether a shell replacement or a transformed shell, spreads out flatly. The entire surface is covered in tiny, glittering crystal-like formations. The dorsal fin protruding from the center of the dark blue, luminous shell is almost comical. Finally, Not only the head but also the tail emerged above the water. Behind the shell, the shark skin covered, matte-finished skin extended further. It writhed like a snake, displaying threatening behavior. While the lamia's scales held a certain beauty, the sharkskin tail felt unsettling. Indeed, a creature as Giles described. Unlike the shock bear, which was a chimera of bear, scorpion, and goat, this one combined snake, turtle, and shark. The blend was so even that calling it a snarktle seemed inadequate. How should we put it? Snake, turtle, shark? Does Sway enjoy giving peculiar nicknames to mutants? Karen asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, I don't know what else to call them. The previous bicorn was relatively straightforward, but these mutants, if their mutations continued, they'd become even more chimeric. This snake turtle shark was undoubtedly a formidable monster. Swaikuan, Karen, stay alert. Mother said sternly, stepping up beside me. It's coming. I whispered, confirming my suspicions. The creature attacked. With a sharp, crackling sound like air splitting. The water around the mutant began to freeze. Ice chunks and icicles formed one after another. Each piece was about the size of my arm, and there were dozens of them. Pointed tips aimed our way, and at the magical signal, simultaneous discharge. Eek! The scream came from the lamias or perhaps the two young dragons. At least our family and Giles remained motionless. Crash, crash, crash. It sounds like hail pounding the tin roof, creating a cacophony. However, the ice spears were all halted by my protective barrier, suspended in midair, losing momentum and falling. To challenge me, an ice mage, with mere ice? How insolent! Mother murmured in a voice that sent shivers down even on her own son's spine. Her refined magic surged forth like molten lava. Just before the ice spears hit the sandy beach, they were enveloped in crimson flames. In an instant, they returned to the water, evaporating into smoke. A mere fish dares to mock us? Unbelievable. Perhaps I should incinerate you too? Mother conjured a searing fireball above her head, glaring at the mutant. But the adversary didn't flinch. Instead, it generated an exceptionally large ice pillar and hurled it toward Mother's fireball. Pathetic. Came another voice, the other witch. Karen stepped forward, her arm swinging lightly. Water magic unfolded before her eyes, creating a swirling current. It gathered the wind, transforming into a torrent that collided with the ice pillar, shattering it into gravel-like fragments. Interfering with us on land? How dare you? The women of our family radiated intense hostility. Aren't their tempers a bit too short? They're genuinely terrifying. But when Karen's magic destroyed the ice pillar, the mutant had vanished. It had submerged underwater just as the ice projectiles were launched. TSK, it fled. It did. Mother, Karen, why are you both provoking a fish like that? When I shot them a disapproving look, they snapped back to reality, visibly flustered. Swaikuan, it's not what you think. That creature was mocking us, so we needed to show it a lesson. Exactly. We're not at fault. It's that creature. What was it? There. Snake turtle shark was at fault. Bark. Well, it's a good thing we didn't go overboard and kill it. After all, you can't stop an explosion underwater, right? Indeed, I'm relieved. Creating an ice prison underwater takes time. And that one was quite large, which made it even more challenging. Same here. My sand mist is particularly difficult to deploy underwater. Right, so it looks like it's up to me after all. I took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of my sword and steeling myself. I've thought about a strategy. Based on today's encounter, I think we can manage. At least our offensive and defensive capabilities far surpassed the creatures. While I certainly wanted kelp and seafood, more importantly, protecting the lamia's peaceful lives and securing a future for those adorable children couldn't be compromised. Section. Meanwhile, as the Hateno family chatted after the battle, Giles addressed their beloved offspring. Pay close attention, my fledglings. Listen well. Even though mutants are fearsome, that family is the most reliable force in this world. So don't worry, They'll find a way to deal with anything related to the sea. Mine Orc and Jean S., along with the Lamia guide, watched with eyes wide open, filled with awe, surprise, and a glimmer of hope. And also, remember this well. There are magic users that even us, dragons, can't afford to provoke. Don't defy them, okay? They can be really scary when angered. The three vigorously nodded in unison. Chapter 13.3 Through the Crashing Waves. The plan was straightforward. We would take a boat out to sea, lure the creature toward us, and eliminate it on the spot. Ordinarily, this would be dangerous and reckless. Being attacked from underwater would spell our demise. However, this was a different world, and I possessed magic that was incredibly versatile. I was confident that I could prevail, even against a mutant dwelling in the sea. Section. Several hours had passed since our encounter with the snake turtle shark, and it was now midday. I had borrowed a boat, intending to go alone. Originally, the lamia would have been at the stern, propelling the boat with her tail. However, I couldn't involve her this time. So, I had hastily crafted an oar for myself. Surprisingly manageable. Physical enhancement magic is truly amazing. Bark. Hey. You didn't even have to follow me. Grr or bark. I had planned to go alone and in fact, everyone agreed. Chocola, on the other hand, shook his head. He had stubbornly refused to let me board the boat, staring at me intently. I had no choice but to relent. Thank you for worrying about me, Kuwan, I said, taking a break from rowing to pat Chocola. He licked my hand enthusiastically, and I couldn't help but smile. Yes, that's right. I apologize for trying to leave you behind. We've always been together, even in dangerous times. Well, according to my calculations, it shouldn't be too dangerous. I hope. We stopped the boat when we reached a decent distance from the shore. Of course, there was no anchor, so we let the waves carry us. I retrieved a leather bag and scattered its contents into the sea. Goat's blood. The sea's surface faintly turned red. Sharks were sensitive to the scent of blood. I vaguely recalled that even a single drop diluted in 9,000 liters of water could trigger their response. Well, I wasn't entirely sure how much 9,000 liters was, though. Gazing toward the shore, I saw Mother and Karen, who are now as big as grains of rice, silently watching over me. Next to them stood G. Liz, about the size of a candy. All three were prepared to rush to my aid if I were in danger. Speaking of Mother, she can apparently create ice platforms and run on water. She can what? Upon hearing this, I considered that perhaps I could have asked my mother to create a platform for me instead of using a boat. However, both my mother and Karen had just this morning provoked the snake turtle shark. It might be on guard against them, so it seemed more appropriate for me and Chocola, who appeared to be just standing there, to go alone. Having finished scattering the blood, I stood up. Drawing my sword from its sheath, I held it diagonally downward, poised like a spear aimed at the sea's surface. Where would it come from? Or would it not come at all? If it did, I would face it head-on, regardless of its origin. If it didn't, I would continue this same routine indefinitely. Could you endure being tantalized by the scent of blood? Even though, just beneath the water's surface, there was delicious-looking meat waiting to be devoured. With its long neck, it could easily snatch and gnaw at us. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, since it was purely subjective, I had no idea how much time had passed. Continuing to wait, my limbs were growing numb. The enemy attacked without revealing itself. Blam! With an immense impact, we were thrust into the air. In other words, it was an upward assault from underwater directly toward the boat's hull. I was genuinely startled, my heart pounded. Not just my heart, my entire body was floating. However, the boat remained intact. Before rowing further out to sea, I had bestowed the boat with the attribute of indestructible. As long as I lived, it would never be destroyed. Therefore, the next move from this creature would be, exactly, constraints. The boat floated in midair, coiled tightly by the creature's long body. It was a distinctly serpentine attack, unique to the snake turtle shark. Chocola and I couldn't leap into the sea well, at least not from the enemy's perspective. We remained confined on the restrained boat, our knees pressing against its surface. And there, right before us, rose the shark's head, its snout poised. I couldn't help but shudder. Unlike land beasts, this creature didn't bark. It remained utterly silent, its gaping maw opened wide, teeth poised to crush my body. The eeriness, the silence, it was terrifying. But don't assume I'm just trembling in fear, I said, laughing. I aimed for as much ferocity as possible. I recalled our past battles. On the day we transmigrated to this other world, a wyvern had appeared. I stumbled back in shock, trembling. Helpless and frozen, I had tried to shield Chocola, but he had ultimately saved me. My next battle was against the shock bear. I was in a safe zone, blocked by a barrier. I just swung my sword from the inside and magic power was sent flying towards it. But that's all I did. Chocola, again, was the one who finished the battle. Next came the battle with the griffin pair. In the middle of the defensive battle, Mother came dashing in with grace. And then there was the mutated bicorn herd. When I think about it, I only stopped them and the adventurers and Chocola were the ones who took care of them. The same goes to the monsters and mutants we encountered on the journey from Sidera to the forest. I had rarely taken direct action myself. Gwa. The sound of a thick blade scraping against rubber echoed as the shark's teeth met my barrier. Just before it could devour me, its mouth still agape, the snake turtle shark continued to press its teeth against the transparent wall. Chocola, this time it's my turn. It's about time I took action. So, will you watch over me? Bark. His reassuring bark pushed me forward. I raised my sword. It wasn't a sword technique but rather the stance of a javelin throw. Gripping it in my right hand, I held it backward, ready to thrust it forward. Whoa! I screamed to drown out the silence brought by the shark, to rally my own spirit. With that cry, I thrust the magic sword, Redil, into the gaping maw of the shark. Ziekuan. The sensation of splitting teeth and flesh accompanied the blade as it buried itself more than halfway into the upper jaw. However, it wasn't enough to end the snake turtle shark's life. Though it had penetrated deeply, the angle hadn't damaged its brain or spinal cord. Even if it had merely grazed those areas, it wouldn't be a fatal blow. Sharks were resilient creatures. Especially mutants. I couldn't tell if it felt pain or not, but the snake turtle shark reared back, submerging its head into the sea. The sword remained stuck, and the hilt protruded from its mouth. Of course, I hadn't willingly relinquished the sword. A black chain was wound around my arm. I had woven it with magic. It extended from my arm into the sea, connecting the sword's hilt and me. In other words, the sword was the hook, and the chain was the line. I might not have a fishing rod, but this was. Now, let's reel it in. Above the sea and beneath the waves. The contest of strength between me and the snake turtle shark had begun. Chapter 13.4. I impose the irrational. By the way, I am bad at fishing. Since I transmigrated here, I have frequently visited the river near my house. Even though I purchased a complete set of fishing gear in the town of Sidera, I have yet to catch a single fish. Even when I was on Earth, though I had only gone fishing a few times, I vividly remember Father consoling me with a cheerful smile after my futile attempts, while he himself enjoyed a bountiful catch. Speaking of Father, he was skilled at fishing. He effortlessly hooked fish left and right. It's unfair. Why didn't he pass down that talent to his son? Nevertheless, no matter how unskilled I am or how I've never caught a fish in my life, I wouldn't let this one go. Like a fish caught on a hook, the snake turtle shark thrashes wildly underwater, desperately trying to dislodge the sword lodged in its mouth. The blade, which lacks a proper hook, should have come out easily under normal circumstances, but I already expected that. Dark attribute, causal interference through space-time magic. I'm interfering with the future to prevent the result of the sword coming loose. Struggling or pulling won't help. Moreover, the chain is woven from my magic power, a reel wound with infinite thread. Within the limits of the boat not capsizing, I alternately reel in, loosen, and tighten, toying with the snake turtle shark. However, even if the boat were to capsize and throw us into the sea, neither Chocola nor I would drown. I had verified this beforehand. My barrier works properly even underwater. Specifically, the barrier repels the water itself, forming a spherical bubble-like shield around us. Inside, we can still breathe. Of course, it won't provide eternal air, and I don't know what would happen if the barrier were continuously constrained underwater. But at the very least, I don't intend to worsen the situation to that extent. You're here too, Chocola. If one of us is in danger, the other will come to the rescue. Bark. The courageous barking of my loyal dog beside me fills me with determination. Initially, I had planned to go alone, but I'm glad this little companion decided to follow me. I apologize for relying on you so much. But thank you. Just a dozen meters away, its dorsal fin protrudes from the surface of the sea. The sound of freezing water surrounds the dorsal fin, as if the air itself is crystallizing. It's the ice magic I witnessed earlier in the morning, used by this mutant. In an instant, dozens of ice spears materialize and are simultaneously launched. Who do you think deflected your attack earlier? A barrier unfolds before us, intercepting everything before it reaches us. Without even grazing the bow of the boat, the ice spears lose momentum in midair and scatter just before impact. Growl. Chocola leaps in front of me and seizes one of the spears in his jaws. Simultaneously, sparks of light dance across his fluffy fur. The magic converges toward Chocola's mouth, toward his fangs, then transfers from his fangs to the ice spear he's holding. The snake turtle shark's magic is coated by Chocola's magic, transforming into a spear of light. Boom. With a swift motion, he shakes his head diagonally and hurls the spear back. The spear strikes the snake turtle shark's shell portion where densely packed crucible crystals cover its back. Then, there's an instant explosion of radiant energy. It's a minor detonation. The crucible crystals shatter with a sound akin to breaking glass, leaving a sizable gouge in the mutant creature's back. Wordlessly, it writhes in agony, thrashing about on the water's surface. Bark. Gracefully landing at the bow, Chocola looks back at me and barks. Yeah, I know. I won't waste the opportunity you've given me. As we draw closer to the mutant creature, I tighten the chain, bringing the boat along. The struggling and thrashing snake turtle shark remains oblivious to our approach. Or perhaps it's simply too preoccupied. Originally, I wanted to reel it in like a catch, but well, there's no helping it. Our true objective wasn't merely to fish, but to lure the creature's body into our effective range. Because this magic, its effect radius is incredibly narrow. I begin the incantation. When the violets bloom, when the night tears asunder, when the bells in the starry heavens resonate, and the temple rings in the early dawn. The chain extending from my arm passes through the creature, and the entangled magic sword threads through it as well, winding its way from the wound in its mouth to its insides. By repeating the principles, intertwining fire, water, and wind, mix them together, play with the concoction. From darkness, begin, toward twilight, conclude. This is dark magic. Among the properties that interfere with space-time and causality, it's my secret weapon. Terrifying, merciless, and unquestionably powerful, yet I mustn't avert my gaze from this power. Because it unequivocally belongs to me, bestowed upon me, the son of both my father and mother. In the face of closure, mock the regretful night. In other words, the creation of causality. Not delaying the results that would naturally occur in the future. Not severing causality to erase the future that should be. Not even pulling forth potentialities from the future. Rather, it's imposing our desires without question, fabricating non-existent outcomes, and solidifying them as inevitable futures. And in this case, what does future mean? The wound I inflicted upon you is fatal. Because I've decided it to be so. Because I've fabricated such a future. Bishi. The struggling mutant, writhing in agony, suddenly stiffens. Its head, neck, and tail extend in a straight line, like rigid poles. And from its lifeless, glass-like eyes, color drains away. Complete relaxation. All strength drains from the mutant's body. It flips over, exposing its belly to the water's surface. Its fins, head, and tail hang limply underwater. In other words, what remains is a corpse. A pitiful, lifeless body, subjected to an irrational future death imposed upon it by my magic, without question. Forgive me. No, apologizing would be presumptuous. As I retrieve the magical sword through the chain of energy, I gaze intently at the lifeless form. You sought to dominate this sea. But for us, that would be inconvenient. We were stronger than you. That's all. Perhaps that's the extent of it. Kuan. Chocola rubs against my leg, seeking comfort. I crouch down and stroke him. Yeah, let's head back to land. For a few seconds, I silently honor the blood spreading across the sea. Chapter 13.5 Peace returned alongside morning. As Chocola and I stepped back onto the land, we were greeted with cheers. Honestly, it had been quite an ordeal. Mother and Karen leaped at me just as we were about to disembark from the boat. The dragon couple bowed their heads in gratitude, the young dragons frolicked with excitement, and the lamias prostrated themselves as if in the presence of gods. While being appreciated was heartwarming, being revered was a tad overwhelming. After Liz skillfully managed the situation, the salvaging operation for the snake turtle shark began. Leaving the corpse as it was might attract new monsters or even another mutant. Typically, mutants don't stray far from their territory, the magic power crucible where they were born. However, in this case, it seemed that the magical crucible that turned the snake turtle shark into variants had vanished. As a result, it had wandered far and deep into this inner bay, remarkably close to the village. Such occurrences are rare, Liz remarked. So, for now, we could breathe a sigh of relief. Well, if there were a next time during our lifetimes, we'd handle it. The salvaged snake turtle shark was dismantled. Although I initially thought we could sell them at a high price in the town of Sidera, its sheer length, especially their absurdly long necks and tails, made transportation impossible. Consequently, we salvaged usable parts and planned to return the rest to the sea. The meat smelled strongly of ammonia and was inedible. In fact, everyone unanimously agreed that consuming meat from a mutant seemed risky. We collected the crucible crystal, intending to take it to Sidera. Of course, even if we earned money in human society, it wouldn't be useful for our life here, so we'd trade it for alternative supplies. The lamias meticulously peeled off the skin and extracted the fangs. These materials served various purposes: weapons, armor, and everyday items. The skin, in particular, was remarkably versatile, whether tanned to preserve the shark-like texture or softened into leather. It possessed both durability and resilience. I decided to take a small portion for myself. Amidst all this, the dissection of the colossal prey continued not only through the day but also into the night, extending into the following morning. As we emerged from a shallow slumber, we were summoned to the northern edge of our village, a cliff overlooking the coastline. Section. You want to send off the mutant? Yes. It's our tradition among my hatchlings. I mean the lamias. Liz explained. Normally, this ritual occurs seasonally. It's meant to return the souls of the slain creatures to the sea, to allow them peaceful rest and eventual rebirth, becoming the next source of blessings. However, in cases where formidable foes like the shark-like variant emerge, we perform it as necessity. Ano, speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask. With the appearance of the mutant, were there any casualties in the village? Don't worry about that. Fortunately, there were no fatalities here. So, this ritual is purely for the shark itself. I was relieved that no lamia had fallen victim. But no, precisely because of that, we must solemnly witness what is about to unfold. A requiem, Memories of the snake turtle shark flooded back. Its eerie appearance, immense and elongated body, and those lifeless eyes that seemed to bore into us, accompanied by potent and large-scale ice magic. It was as if it had defied the very laws of nature. It was formidable, and above all, horrifying. The same sentiment I'd felt during the shock bear incident. Is it right for such a monstrosity to exist? Resurfaced. Yet, perhaps such emotions were merely a reflection of my own arrogance. Section. Gathered atop the cliff, the lamias overlooked the sea. Liz, along with the rest of us, stood quietly behind them. Mine Ork-chan, who usually clung to Mine Arsan, now sat firmly beside her mother. And Neskuan, perpetually bustling with energy, occupied a similar spot. Despite their diminutive bodies small enough to perch on my head, their dignified postures and graceful silhouettes were befitting of true dragons, earning the reverence of the lamias. The ritual commenced. First, a song. The lamias behind us sang intricate melodies with tones beyond human reach. It resembled Japanese narrative ballads or perhaps something akin to Mongolian humai. No lyrics, just a blend of cries and prayers, a unique cadence, and a regular rhythm. Yet, it carried a poignant melancholy, seeping gently into our hearts. Next, the lamias in the front row drew their bows and released fire arrows toward the sky. The arrows traced large parabolas, slicing through the chilly morning air with crimson trails, descending slowly toward the sea, as if pleading for their return. Before us stood a memorial tower, reminiscent of a gravestone. On its slender wooden panels, shark teeth were displayed. Amidst the rawness, an air of solemnity enveloped the scene as the lamias encircled it. Kneeling in silent prayer, finally, flames ignited the memorial tower. The mutant's remains had been dismantled overnight and scattered across the sky by G-Liz and the others. Perhaps these flesh fragments would sustain the fish or other creatures in the sea. Meanwhile, the lamias would utilize parts like teeth and skin as tools. And the few remaining remnants, now perched on this cliff overlooking the ocean, would be sent off by the flames. That one, I murmured as the lamia's song swelled, my words escaping my throat. It didn't do anything wrong. It merely existed and lived. Yes, Mother replied softly beside me. Mutants were originally ordinary beasts. It's the prolonged exposure within the magic power crucible that transforms them. They grow magical crystals, crystals that alter their inherent attributes. Whether their bodies become chimeric hybrids or not, eventually, they lose their sanity, deviating from the framework of normal creatures, becoming mindless monsters that attack indiscriminately. Did it have a family, perhaps? I wondered, recalling the bicorn we defeated earlier. Who knows? It might have or might not have. If it did, maybe it escaped successfully, or perhaps it devoured its own kin. I see. Strong beings don't become mutants, that's the rule. By strong I mean strength of will. For instance, species like humans, dragons, and lamias, who possess culture and civilization. Or creatures like the fairy dog Chocola and the armored demi-dragon Pochi, with strong social instincts, aware of their purpose within their packs. They maintain their sense of self even within the magical crucible and can rely on others for help if needed. But even without culture or civilization, without social instincts, even if they lived as loners, unable to recognize the signs of transformation, bears, sharks, any creature, none emerge from nothingness. The monstrosities I faced, both before and after their transformation, were undeniably alive. Taking that life didn't burden me with guilt. I don't consider it a mistake or feel regret. After all, we were incompatible. Our existence threatened each other. So, we killed or were killed, devoured or were devoured. That's the world I live in. Though I hadn't consciously realized it, perhaps it was the same when I was on Earth. However, yes, simply, the relief of victory in battle, the exhilaration of defeating a formidable foe, the joy of safeguarding the lamia's lives, the anticipation of how to use the shark materials we received. Amidst these emotions, I can add one more thing. Section. Ooh. As Chocola howled in tune with the lamia's song, I realized he shared the same sentiment. I closed my eyes and let the unspoken thoughts in my chest quietly melt into the song and howl. Life cycles. Accepting life, death, birth, and killing all of it, as it naturally unfolds. The memorial tower burned down, crumbling, its ashes carried by the wind, scattering over the sea. Chapter 13.6, and we returned home with souvenirs. We stayed for another night and then bid farewell to the village. Even after the memorial service, there was a lingering sense of festivity. However, considering the village's provisions and daily life, we didn't want to impose. Instead, we spent the entire day observing the lamias as they resumed their routines, lending a hand, playing with the young dragons, enjoying leisurely moments. If we were to measure our efforts, the joy on their faces would be the ultimate reward. Unfortunately, The results of the revived fishing weren't as bountiful as we'd hoped. While we managed to eliminate the mutated creatures without causing explosions, that creature had undoubtedly ravaged the sea's fish at will. It might take some time before we can catch big fish again. Of course, the lamias are now achieving results to the point that their health is no longer affected. The abundance of small fish, which had been their staple, remained. Some fish, lurking on the seabed, were unfit to be prey for the serpent sharks. They were akin to mackerel or flounder, though I wonder if the mackerel and flounder in this world are truly the same. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about fish. They just looked similar. As for the feast, I declined, but I did partake in the fish. The ocean's bounty tasted exquisite after so long. When the catch increases, I'll return. Especially for that flounder-like fish, grilled, but I'd love to simmer it in soy sauce and mirin. Although I wanted to try sashimi, it doesn't seem to be a human custom. Emulating the lamias by eating raw fish felt inappropriate. Well, in their case, it was more like gnawing on the whole thing. And Sway is making that face again. That face when he craves unusual things. It's not unusual, it's a traditional delicacy. Section. And so, we began our journey back. Amidst a grand farewell and a large amount of souvenirs, we swayed leisurely in Pochi's lizard carriage. Karen shot me a disapproving look from the adjacent seat, but my desire for sashimi remained unwavering. What about parasites, though? Surely there are regions on the continent where they indulge in sashimi-like dishes. Perhaps I'll inquire during our next visit to the town of Sidera. Mao. Weren't you satisfied with the seaweed? Well, I was satisfied with that. I glanced behind me at the souvenirs stacked inside the wagon. Among them, the dark green, rope-tied, plank-like object is precisely what I've been eagerly awaiting. It's kombu. As usual, I can't provide precise botanical details, but the color, scent, and appearance all scream kombu. So, it's definitely kombu. I went as far as diving into the sea to find it myself, with the lamia's assistance. However, I received a dubious look. Explaining that I intended to eat it wasn't easy. So, Karen used her magic to dry it. Watching me rush to the shore, holding the green seaweed, and pleading, "Remove the moisture from this," Karen wore an indescribable expression. My apologies. In addition to kombu, they also shared some shellfish, which I've also dried. Apparently, the lamias do eat shellfish. That's good. But you know, seaweed contains DHA too. In fact, the DHA in fish comes from seaweed. I think it's good for the lamia's health. I've heard that only Japanese can safely eat raw seaweed because they have gut microbes that can break it down. But if cooking eliminates any issues, and considering that DHA is essential for maintaining life, perhaps we can encourage the habit of eating it. Maybe adding it to soup would make it more palatable. Well, we'll take it step by step. I have no intention of forcing anything. I'll propose it, let them taste it, and then let the lamias decide. In any case, that was fun. It was a good trip. I reflect on the 3 days spent in the village. G. Liz's family, mine Arsan, mine Orkchan, and G. Ness. And the lamias. I hope we can continue to be good neighbors. It's a shame we can't invite them over here. G. Liz mentioned that taking children deep into the forest is dangerous. I don't usually think about it, but our home is indeed in a precarious location. It's unfortunate we couldn't stay longer. Yeah, the fields needed attention. But let's go again. Actually, let's visit more often. I want to enjoy some fish too. We shouldn't bore Pochi either. Kura rural. I reach out and stroke Pochi's back. While pulling the carriage with vigor, Pochi looks back at me, making a happy sound. Seems like it's just the right amount of exercise for Pochi. Karen chuckles, amused. From outside the lizard carriage, Mother calls out. Suikuan, there are several hostile glances directed our way from behind. Let's deal with them before we're attacked. Sure, thanks. If they're edible, we'll take them. Even these deadly exchanges are a testament to our existence. I've come to see it that way naturally, a harvest of sorts. Section. We returned in 3 days, 1 day less than our journey here since we didn't need to clear the road. The arrangement of trees and the shapes of bushes along the road have become somewhat familiar. Even in this remote forest, living here makes the scenery memorable. Soon, we should see the main gate of our house, the cinderblock wall, and the dismantling area beside it. And then, Chocola sensed something was amiss. Gah! Ooh! Chocola, who had been walking alongside Pochi, suddenly stopped, alert and growling. What's wrong, Chocola? It wasn't hostility, vigilance, or a mere threat, rather, it was a mix of all those. It's an unfamiliar atmosphere even for me. Different from when he detects distant enemies or senses unfamiliar figures that aren't foes. Moreover, his gaze isn't directed into the forest, it's focused on our path. In other words, toward our home. Bark. Hey, wait. Chocola barks once and dashes ahead, leaving us behind. What's going on? Mother, Karen, I'm going after him. I leap off the lizard carriage and run. As Mother's voice calls out, be careful, from behind, I wave lightly and search for Chocola. The location became immediately clear. Why? Because. Bark, 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 bark. The consecutive barks echoed from the path ahead. It was the familiar sight of our home, the gate. The view emerging beyond the trees remained unchanged from before our departure. The cinderblock wall showed no signs of damage, and the gate, along with the house beyond it, stood as usual. The dismantling area, diagonally adjacent, should be protected by a barrier even though it's outside the wall. So, there was no way it had been tampered with. Ha! Bark, bark, bark. Except that it had. I stood there, dumbfounded. The dismantling area. Right beside the table where we dismembered our catches, precisely where we discarded blood and entrails. There. What's that? Bark. Grr. A massive, perhaps as tall as my chest, thick, about 3 times the circumference of my waist, plant grew. It was a large, bluish-green plant. Chapter 14, New Life. Chapter 14.1, Uncertain Future. Its appearance resembles an unopened tulip bud. Thin, fleshy leaves layer upon layer, extending straight upward, a bulb, if I recall correctly. Another comparison would be a vertically elongated bamboo shoot. What would happen if we removed all the leaves? Does it contain something inside, akin to a bamboo shoot? Or perhaps, like an onion, is it entirely composed of leaves? No, perhaps both are undifferentiated, sharing a common structure. Lost in such futile contemplation, I found myself bewildered. Even Chocola ceased barking, now gazing up at me. His head tilted slightly, but alas, I too remained clueless. Soon, the rattling sound of wheels on the rutted path heralded the arrival of the lizard carriage. Suekuan, are you all right? What in the world is? Mother's cry trailed off as she beheld the growth in our dismantling site. What is that? Karen's gaze mirrored her astonishment, riveted by the sight. Kururu, Ru? Without a word from anyone, Pochi emitted a puzzled growl. I managed to break free from my stupor and offered a brief explanation of the events. Well, I caught up with Chocola, and then I saw this thing sprouting in our dismantling site. Chocola was barking at it. Admittedly, my explanation lacked coherence. I have no idea what this is. Perhaps a type of grass. But it's growing where there used to be a pit for discarding blood and such. Where did that pit go? It seems to be buried in the soil. Now, the pit was nothing more than a memory, devoid of shape or form. The pressing question remained, why would such a massive plant appear within our property? And all of a sudden. How many days had we been away? 10. Could a plant grow this big in just 10 days? It can't be. Mother, who had been scrutinizing the leaves up close, murmured her thoughts aloud. Do you know what it is? Mother, I have no definitive proof. I haven't witnessed it myself. So, it remains a mere possibility. Stepping back, she gazed once more from the base to the tip. Then, she voiced her conjecture. Perhaps it's a bloodflower nymph, Alraun. Section. Alraun isn't precisely a plant. It is a plant monster. Mother explained to us. It's said to occasionally emerge in places like battlefields or disaster-stricken areas where blood has flowed abundantly. Absorbing the land's magic power, using blood and corpses of creatures as a nursery, they grow into humanoid monsters. Using corpses as a nursery. Indeed, this very spot where it had sprouted had once been used for discarding blood and unused entrails during butchering. Wait a moment. Humanoid? Are there really humanoid monsters? Of course. There are quite a few, like the goblin, orc, and harpy. Although they hardly inhabit this forest, they exist in reasonable numbers across the world. Goblins and orcs, But if that's the case, what distinguishes humans from monsters? Or perhaps, what doesn't? As if reading my thoughts, Karen provided further clarification. Generally, species with a certain level of civilization and the ability to communicate aren't considered monsters. It's about whether they can potentially be friendly or harmful. For instance, dragons, despite their non-human forms, aren't classified as monsters. However, the recognition of the Delphian tribe as people varies by country. It's quite ambiguous. So, what about Alraun? Alraun is a subspecies or close relative of the man-eating plant, mandrake. Some even speculate it might be a sudden mutation. Mother suspected this plant was an Alraun because its leaves resembled those of a mandrake. But it's incomparably larger than any mandrake. Is a sudden mutation different from a mutant? Indeed. Mutants are beings whose existence as living creatures has been distorted by interference from a magic crucible. They invariably harbor a crucible crystal somewhere within their bodies. This place isn't a magic crucible, and I don't see any crucible crystals in this plant. What kind of monster is a mandrake? Its lower half is plant-like, while its upper half resembles a human. It preys upon anything lured by its pseudobait, consuming them. They are dangerous. But it's much smaller than this. About the size of a goblin. Karen answered my question with heightened vigilance. Then, she addressed the crucial matter, turning to my mother. Vile-sama, are there records of Alraun attacking humans? I don't know. Mother shook her head. Actual sightings are exceedingly rare and ancient. Accounts of it devouring people or, conversely, aiding them. Unlike mandrakes, Alrauns are human-sized, often taking the form of young girls. Some legends persist, but their veracity remains uncertain. But if it's a dangerous creature, yes. The solution lies in reaping it while it's still immature. As she spoke, Mother's gaze and demeanor sharpened. This was the face of the heavenly bell witch, the face of someone who'll protect her family when facing enemies. If I remained silent, Mother would likely take action. It would be akin to our journey through the forest in the carriage, report the danger, swiftly approach, and efficiently deal with it. It was a matter of course, and there was no reason to stop her. I even thank her every time. However, wait a moment. There were a few things that continued to bother me. Things that didn't sit right. Why did this grow here? No, how could it grow near our house? Suecuan's barrier is excellent, but it's designed to avoid imminent dangers. Preventing possibilities in the distant future days, weeks, months ahead is beyond its capabilities, I suppose. Indeed, that makes sense. However, precisely because of that means this creature isn't an immediate threat to us. There's one more thing, the blood of G-Liz. I recalled the time when the dragon G-Liz first visited this place. G-Liz had injured his own tail and spilled blood onto the ground right where this plant now stood. G-Liz described it as a kind of purification. It was a vague explanation, relying on the dragon's unique intuition. But if we consider it as purification, what does this current state signify? Had G-Liz's blood exceeded the limits of purification, giving rise to something malevolent? Or perhaps it was the opposite. Moreover, Chocola's reaction is also intriguing. Bark. Chocola, my trusted companion. Crouching down, I met his gaze and spoke. Your barking, it felt different from what I've heard before. You're cautious, but you haven't identified it as an enemy. It seemed like a warning, yet not in response to any clear danger. And now, you're not barking anymore. Bark. Chocola responded, sticking out his tongue playfully, his eyes locked onto mine. His ears were alert, tail extending horizontally. Normal, curled upward. Joy, vigorous wagging. Anxiety, slightly moving. Fear, drooping. This horizontal extension indicated either tension or curiosity. Could it be that even you don't know? Is this thing dangerous or not? Chocola sensed an anomaly, an unfamiliar presence, and barked in response. He barked because he discovered something unknown, issuing a warning. And now, I don't know. I can't make a judgment. But it bothers me. Is that what's going on? Bark. With a joyful bark, Chocola nuzzled his nose against my face, licking my cheeks affectionately. He rubbed his body against me. After giving him a reassuring pat, I stood up. The decision had already been made. Mother, Karen, I apologize for relying on my emotions and instincts, but I turned back to face them. Let's observe for a while. Is this creature harmful to us or not? Does it pose a danger to us, or is it something else? What significance does its growth within our property hold? And if it turns out to be a dangerous monster, then I'll take care of it myself. It had been described as a humanoid monster, so if we were to reap it, I understood that now was not the right time. The mere thought of harming something with a human-like face weighed heavily on my heart. And according to legends, not only they transformed into humans but also helped people and even spoke. And that's where the uncertainty lay, whether it was an enemy or not. Even if I might regret it later, I didn't want to prematurely eliminate the possibility that it wasn't our foe. A few seconds of silence passed. Karen hesitated briefly but eventually nodded in her usual manner. And then Mother. For some reason, her face crumpled momentarily, as if overcome with emotion. Then, with a gentle and genuinely happy smile, she spoke to me. Yes. If that's your decision. Chapter 14, Interlude, Home. Throughout the night, the midnight forest lay quiet. Yet it was not absolute silence. The rustling of leaves from the trees, the nocturnal birds' soft songs, and the distant howls of unseen beasts, all these sounds were faint, intermittent, accentuating the stillness. In the past, I believed the night was merely quiet. I perceived nature's breath as mere noise. Darkness, fear, and anxiety were its companions. By listening closely to these subtle murmurs, contours emerged within the silence. Amidst this tranquility, I felt my own breath and the rhythm of my heart. And surrendering to the darkness, I found solace. Even my anxiety became a part of me. In the midst of this silence, a faint sound echoed, Shin. It was something he taught me on that first night we spent together. Section. Perched on the rooftop of their house, Viol gazed at the starry sky, feeling the night. For her, it was also a way to feel closer to her beloved. Within her heart, memories and thoughts of him surfaced in the darkness. It was as if he were right there beside her. No, he is there, no doubt. Because night and darkness were precisely that, a connection. Beside Viol, swinging her legs over the roof's edge, a presence stirred. Ara, what brings you here? Turning her head, she met eyes that held platinum light within their black depths. As she stroked the nose that nuzzled against her cheek, Viol smiled. Are you here to stargaze too, Chocola? Kuwan. Chocola made a soft purr and nestled beside Viol. You've climbed all the way up here. Suekuan will scold you for being reckless. Bark. Well, when that happens, Mother will be scolded alongside you. Gently, I stroke his back. From my palm, I feel the soft fur and the warmth of its body. He has grown, I think. Just like my son, somehow, in my absence, he has truly grown. Hey, Chocola, do you remember when I found you? Bark. How many years ago was that? Section. In the northern reaches of the Beastkin territory, southeast of the kingdom, lies the secluded valley known as Helheim Valley. Deep within, Viol's team discovered a whimpering puppy beside the lifeless bodies of its parents. Helheim Valley, just like this void forest, is infested with mutants, a divine will's broth. The puppy's parents had also fallen victim to these mutants. Their desperate struggle to protect their offspring until the brink of death was evident, a tragic demise. It was Viol who avenged the parents' deaths. Yet it was mere coincidence that the mutants crossed paths with them. They encountered each other, so she slew them, that was all. To Viol at the time, Parents risking their lives to protect their young were nothing more than hollow pretense, something's not even worthy of even the most cynical of glances. Especially when the other party was just a mere beast, a monster. The fairy hounds Cu Sith, who dwelled in Helheim Valley, were also known as the Mutant Slayer. Despite roaming a divine will's broth, Cu Sith stood atop the ecosystem as a formidable demon beast. And yet, it had been slain by mutants. Viol's impression back then? Cu Sith was surprisingly weak for what it was. Her thoughts were so limited, her emotions so calloused. "Bring it home? Are you out of your mind?" That's what she said, exasperated. Even though it was a type of dog, Cu Sith was a demon beast. It never warmed up to people. It didn't acknowledge anyone as its master or consider anyone family. Even as a puppy, that wouldn't change. It might even grow up to bear its fangs and cause harm. Hence, they should have left it there, allowing nature to take its course. And yet, he foolishly entertained the idea of raising it. This naive creature from another world, ignorant of their ways, spouting idealistic nonsense. "Come here." Remembering that moment, she extends her hand toward Chocola. Bark. Chocola leaps into her arms. Its tail wags vigorously as it licks her cheek without reservation. As she holds it tightly, something wells up within her chest. Contrary to my assumptions, you warmed up to him quickly. Not just to him, but to me as well. That time, when you licked my hand, my twisted heart found solace. Your warmth melted my frozen soul. Okay, good child. Those words weren't meant for Chocola alone. Now, looking back, I finally understand. Chocola, were you aware? Or was it unintentional? Bark. Earlier today, you didn't try to eliminate the Alron. Despite knowing the danger, you entrusted the decision to him. Even though it was in a one-sided situation where you could have easily hunted it down, you waited for Suikuan's arrival. You stopped barking, remained calm, and left the decision to Suikuan. It reminded me of my younger self. While petting Chocola, I gazed beyond the roof, into the darkness, toward the main gate. Beside the dismantling site, a large plant grows. It awaits budding, the nascent form of a monster. We still lack definitive proof that it truly is an Alron. We don't even know what kind of creature an Alron is. But if it's a subspecies of mandrake, it likely poses a threat to humans. After all, it sprouted where corpses were buried, nourished by blood and entrails. If you asked 100 people, they'd all describe it as horrifying. Yet, even so, "Let's watch over it," is what I thought that he'll say. Because his eyes were so eerily similar to his. Section. Indeed, looking back now, I understand. Those sweet words at the time carried unwavering determination. If the puppy had grown to harm others and he learned of it later, he was prepared to deal with it himself. How proud, noble, and resilient those parents, those Cu Sith, must have been. And how tragic their end was. It wasn't until I had a family of my own that I truly grasped how devastating it is. The other world seems peaceful, almost naively gentle. That's why both he and our child become anxious when faced with young life. They hesitate whether to kill or let live, ultimately choosing to spare it. Whether it's a human child or a monster. To kill, to let live, to nurture. It would be easier to cut ties swiftly, yet they choose to watch over them. And even then, they take responsibility for their decisions, even for the life they picked up. In this cruel world, such sweet kindness is incredibly rare. At that time, deep down, I was undeniably drawn to him, to that aspect of him. So yes, that's why. Though my tone back then was prickly, almost sarcastic. Today, I am desperately trying to hold back my tears. To the man I loved and was loved back. To the son who resembles the man I loved. Viol affirms them with the same words. Yes, if that's your decision. Kuan. Whether Chocola sensed my emotions or not, he gazed at me with a concerned expression. I smile back at him. Okay, good child. You, and those children, are all good. The night was nestled in the gentle voice that melted into the desolate darkness. Chapter 14.2, Blood Blossom. A knock on my door came before dawn. Not reacting at the knock since I was still dreaming, Mother entered and shook me awake. Her voice has a sense of urgency. I rubbed my drowsy eyes and thought, so this is what it feels like to be woken up by your mother. Just like my friends used to say back in middle school. It made me oddly happy. However, hurry up. That plant is about to bloom. With those words, all sentiment vanished, and my eyes snapped wide open. I jumped out of bed and mumbled stunned. What? Already? Section. Without even changing, I rushed out into the garden. In that brief moment, I pondered many things. First, the regret that crossed my mind was whether I should have consulted with Liz. Looking back, I had wondered about it when we traveled to the Dragon Village. Passing through that place, Pochi had seemed uneasy. But amidst the 4-day journey and everything that happened upon our arrival, I'd completely forgotten about it. No, perhaps that's just an excuse. Because if I had truly felt the need to consult with Liz, I should have contacted them promptly yesterday and asked him to come. After deciding to observe the situation, I went back home, organized the souvenirs, took a bath, had dinner, and then went to bed in a relaxed manner. Why hadn't I consulted him last night? And now, as the moment of flowering approached, why did I suddenly feel the need to consult him? The answer was clear. I wanted to see for myself. And now, when the time had come, I was afraid to see the outcome. That massive plant had surprised me a lot, and it made me cautious too. When I'd heard the legends about Alrons, I thought it shouldn't be malevolent. Conversely, if it turned out to be dangerous, I had resolved to deal with it myself. That determination remained unchanged, even if it took on a human form. Still, I wanted to see it. To witness it with my own eyes and understand. Why has it grown so big? Why did it grow in our yard? Yet, there was fear. Fear of disappointment if my anticipation and excitement were betrayed. And above all, such anticipation and excitement were, in themselves, a selfish and cruel blasphemy against the life about to be born. Life knows no guilt or morality. It merely exists, grows naturally, kills, is killed, lives, and dies. I learned this from the lamia who solemnly sent off the mutant, once perceived as enemies threatening their very lives, at the Dragon Village that day. Leaving through the gate, I arrived at the dismantling site. It wasn't just Mother waiting there. Karen, Chocola, and even Pochi had awakened, gathering to witness the plant's blooming. Pochi, in particular, looked a bit nervous, peering at us from inside the gate, eyes fixed on the garden. Chocola, I'll be fine. Stay by Pochi's side. Bark. Was it truly out of concern for Pochi that I sent Chocola to him? Or did I merely wish to conceal my clumsy, selfish inner thoughts? Oh, Mao. My mind is a mess. Nevertheless, I maintained an outward appearance of someone resolute and determined. Karen stood quietly beside me, her hand gently holding mine, a reassuring presence. I stood before the plant. Yesterday, its leaves had been tightly closed, but now they were gradually unfolding. The outermost ones had already spread radiantly, followed by the next layer, and then another. Slowly but surely, they moved and grew, perceptible in their determined pace. Surely, Mother had kept vigil over it all night. That's the reason why she managed to inform us promptly. She had supported my inexperienced and clumsy decision, watching over it all along. Thank you. The presence of Mother behind me warms my heart. And even during that time, the blossoming continues. Leaf by leaf, they unfold, and finally the part resembling a stem becomes visible. I held my breath. Perhaps Karen and my mother did too. A child. At least that's how it appears from the outside. 5 or 6 years old, perhaps. With both arms crossed as if hugging herself, she keeps her eyes closed. Her lower half is buried in the leaf-covered base, seemingly without legs. Her hair is green, reminiscent of leaves. Her eyes are golden, like ears of rice. And on the side of her head, a single purple bud. Something within me clicked into place. Her crossed arms begin to loosen. Her body is covered with ivy-like material that looks like a dress. The combination of her key features, her face, the vine dress, and the length of her hair makes her look like a little girl. As she opens her eyes, the flower attached to her temple blooms. It's a shade of purple-violet. Ah, ah. A voice escapes from her throat, just like that of a young girl, high-pitched and endearing. Ah. Ooh. She smiles. She giggles. I approach it step by step. If I consider only the possibilities, this smile could be a trap. The original form of the Alron, the mandrake, lures prey with its upper body resembling a human, weakening their guard, and then devours them. There's no definitive reason to claim that this smile is any different. Yet, despite not having any evidence to back it up, I am certain. Because of the magic power I sense from this child. Could it be? No way. Mother's trembling voice murmurs in astonishment from behind. Suekuan, Karen, mine. Chocola and Pochi's too. And oh, what a revelation. Interwoven. It is as Mother said yesterday. The Alron grows by absorbing the magical energy of the land, using the bodies of deceased creatures as its nursery. These deceased creatures refer to the forest animals we've hunted and consumed until now. And the magic power of the land is none other than this deep part of the void forest, simultaneously. The magic power of this house. It belongs to our family, to everyone. Hateno sway. Viol muker hateno. Karen Totoria kwai oi. Chocola. Pochi. And the remains buried in the garden, Hateno kazutaru. G. Liz's blood truly purifies. To ensure our magic power doesn't turn malevolent, this girl was born like this because of that. I reach out toward the child. Slowly, as if confirming, I place my hand on her cheek. Ooh. Ahaha. The child gazes at me with round eyes, then giggles. She rubs her cheek against my hand, her expression filled with joy and delight. So I turn back and gently ask the watching group, what name shall we give this child? Night gives way to dawn. Chapter 14.3, with a refreshing scent. The name Mint was chosen. It was Karen who came up with that name, inspired by her vivid green hair and the fact that she was a plant-based magical creature. Something about her cool demeanor sparked the thought. Everyone agreed it was a fitting name, and it was unanimously decided. And now, as dawn broke and morning arrived, Mint stood bathed in sunlight. The women of our household began to lose their composure. How utterly charming. Kia, kiukatti, ii. With a gentle smile, Mint stood there, and both Mother and Karen seemed to lose their sanity. If she were an evil monster, they might have fallen prey to her without hesitation. But no, she was undeniably adorable. Innocent, obedient, and with an added touch of elegance, like a flower. Still, I have never anticipated the two of them would act like this. How are you, Mint? I'm your mother. Viol-sama, that's unfair. I'm her mother. Karen, it's too early for you. Be patient in your role as the Onichan. That won't do. After all, this child inherits my and Sway's magic powers. Essentially, she's our child. So, I'm her mother. Well, if we're going by that logic, she also inherits the magical powers of both father and mother. Doesn't that mean that father and mother are her true father and mother? The concept seemed to cause a gestalt collapse in both father and mother. I stood there, completely flustered, and retreated temporarily to where Chocola and Pochi were. Tomo-san made me wonder, but does this world have charm skills? Bark. What about Chocola and Pochi? Can they get along well with Mint? Bark. Kyurururu. They seemed perfectly fine. In fact, they remained rather composed. You two are quite clever. I hope to learn from you. Look, Karen. Her eyes resemble Mother's so much. Well, it's only natural that she resembles Viol-sama since she's also Sway's child. But her mouth is just like mine. I still think she's my child. Mao, how about you become the godmother? Leave her to Mother. Logically speaking, you should be the godmother. Da. Kiakya. Mint seemed to find their unyielding exchange amusing and began to frolic. Regardless, I had to intervene before things escalated further. Both of you, stop. She's our child, everyone's child. Isn't that enough? Yes, if Suekuan says so. I apologize, Karen. I got a bit carried away. I'm sorry too. I wasn't thinking straight. As I interjected, both of them seemed to deflate, apologizing to each other. It was a relief they didn't tell me to stay out of it. Mother and Karen were both straightforward to the core. Well, my heart trembled for reasons beyond mere appearance. It wasn't just about looks. This child inherited everyone's magic powers, even father's dormant magic power, slumbering in the garden. Mother, wearing her witch expression, leaned in to examine Mint's eyes. Earth attribute. And quite a strong one. Her irises were a shade of golden brown, reminiscent of fully ripened rice stalks. Even though she inherits everyone's magic power, her attribute is different. Yes. Sometimes attributes are passed down from parent to child, and sometimes they don't. Think of it like picking up a random part of mixed paint on a palette. Sometimes you pick up the unmixed parts, and there are variations in intensity. Is that it? Exactly. Mother nodded. Originally, plant-based monsters often have an affinity for earth attributes. So, Mint's earth attribute is expected. However, even with a single attribute, there can be fluctuations. For example, wind attributes with an affinity for fire, or water attributes leaning toward darkness. Mint's earth attribute probably contains traces of all our attributes, ever so slightly. That's interesting. Does mixing attributes lead to any changes? Normally, it would only result in a slight bias at most. But because this child possesses considerable magic power, it might lead to something remarkable. Mint is amazing. So impressive. As Karen continued to pat her head, Mint playfully shook her head. She was undeniably adorable. What can earth magic do? Remember what Karen mentioned back in G. Liz's village? Why water magic doesn't work well underwater? I think it was because directly interfering with something of the same attribute that's already there is challenging. Magic involves creating and manipulating, right? Very well done. But there's one exception, the earth attribute. Earth magic excels at manipulating what's already present. Instead of creating and controlling, it extracts and manipulates, like improving soil for earthworms or hardening soil to build walls. I recalled hearing about this before. Beastkins and plant-based monsters usually use earth magic, wasn't it? Conversely, this meant that originally the earth attribute was something humans couldn't naturally possess, much like the light attribute. Perhaps only beastkins had an exceptional affinity for it. So maybe we'll eventually have Mint help out in the field. D-A-E-L-D? Could it be that she already understands words? The hand stroking Mint's head froze in surprise. E-L-D? Fee-E-L-D. Filled. Nice try, Fi-E-L-D. Filled. Since she was asking again, I'd break it down for her. I pointed toward the field visible from here and said, that's it. Filled. Filled. Mint extended both hands toward the field. Well, she's clever. Is she highly intelligent, or perhaps it's due to her magic power? Maybe she inherited some knowledge from our family's magic power. Mother pondered in researcher mode. Meanwhile, Karen leaned in, peering at Mint's face and then pointing to herself. Mint, do you know me? D-Hey? You. Mint tilted her head in confusion, but then, in a hesitant voice, she said, Keen. If that's right, Karen, Keen. Karen. Tinen. Karen. Amazing. You're so smart. Karen, overcome with emotion after her name was called, rubbed her cheeks. I was surprised too. Could she have picked up Karen's name from our previous conversations? Or did she, as Mother said, have knowledge of our family from the moment she was born? I wonder if she also knows Chocola and Pochi. Should I call them over? I turned to the two of them in the garden beyond the gate, and just then, Yokora, Hochi. Mint waved her hands towards the garden. Ha! Suddenly, Zuzuzu. From the waist down, Mint's lower body began to transform. The long, slender leaves that had been radiating outwards began to shrink and rustle, contracting and clinging to Mint's waist. After sticking with each other tightly, the leaves unfurled downwards, in the opposite direction of before, forming a long skirt-like structure. And from within the skirt, the part below the waist that had been connected to the ground like a stem. Sun, N.A. split into two at the center of her body, forming legs. They emerged from the ground, spoot, spoot. One by one, they were pulled from the ground. No way. Could this be? She cast earth attribute magic on herself. She modified her own plant body through magic. Self-evolution? Mother muttered in amazement. A feat that even the Heavenly Bell Witch, an expert in magic, was left speechless by. Now with 2 legs and freed from the constraints of the ground, Mint began to walk around happily, teetering on her new limbs. She passed through the gate from the dismantling site and… Chocola. She pressed her cheek against Chocola's nose. Pochi. She patted Pochi's face. Sway. Karen. Viol. Then she turned around, called our names, and laughed heartily. Pointing to a corner of the courtyard, she shouted, "Father! Section! Tata-tata!" Mint ran. Toward the back of the garden, toward the stone monument nestled in a corner of our home. She said father to the place where father's hair is buried. Happy. Happy. A torrent of immense magic power flowed around Mint, palpable even to me. Unbelievable. My feet, chasing after her, froze in astonishment. Mother stood still, her hand covering her mouth. Karen gripped my sleeve tightly. Chocola barked happily. Bark, bark. Pochi, startled, trembled. Where Mint had rushed to, the surge of magic swirled around her father's grave. Minute 2, born, everyone, together. Colorful flowers bloomed rapidly, right before our eyes. Chapter 14.4. The dragon was equally astonished by it. The blood blossom Alrorn. It's been quite some time since I last saw one. Liz, who had flown over, looked at Mint playing in the courtyard with Chocola and expressed great admiration. It was still early in the morning. Mint was born, grew legs, learned to speak despite her stutter, and even managed to fill father's grave with flowers. Even mother, the Heavenly Bell which had given up understanding her with her own knowledge. Now, there was no choice but to rely on the ancient dragon, who had lived for a long time. After all, it was probably thanks to Liz's blood spilled at that dissection site that everything began, also it seemed. He had an obligation to explain what he knew. And so, I apologize for having you come all the way to our house so early in the morning. First of all, what exactly is an Alrorn? We humans have very little information. All we have are vague legends, things of uncertain truth. Mother asked, looking anxious. Naturally, she would be concerned. Mint was cute, intelligent, and had inherited the magical abilities of the entire family. But precisely because of that, we needed to understand the abnormality of her abilities and her true nature. Perhaps Mother was considering the painful future and was driving us, Karen and I, to avoid the worst-case scenario. She was enduring it as a parent in our place. Liz seemed to sense Mother's emotions and immediately gave his conclusion. Fear not, Heavenly Beldono. Alrorns are benevolent beings. Especially that child, she would never harm you. I see. And… Mother let out a deep breath. That's a relief. Her words were filled with mixed emotions. With a nod, Liz resumed his explanation. First, let's discuss the story of the man-eating plant, the mandrake. Heavenly Beldono. No, as people commonly know, the conditions for its growth are straightforward. It is a monster plant that sprouts from the flesh and blood of living creatures, transforming through the absorption of the land's magic. However, there seems to be a common misconception. It is believed that the mandrake possesses the upper body of a human and the lower body of a plant. But in reality, it is not necessarily humanoid. It merely mimics a form based on the absorbed magic, without inherently fixed features. So there are mandrakes that take non-humanoid forms? Exactly. But consider the conditions for its origin. What constitutes a place filled with flesh and blood? For instance, in the natural order of things, it is rare for blood and flesh to overflow in the mountains and fields where creatures prey on each other. Beasts consume insects, which in turn become bones and decay. So when does an abundance of flesh and blood saturate the earth? I see. During wars or situations like ours, where we dispose of prey's entrails and blood in one place. In other words, Environments conducive to mandrake birth often involve human involvement. That's why these monster plants absorb both the land and human magic. And precisely because they absorb human magic, they take on human forms. Liz nodded and continued, casting a glance at Mint. Now, here's the thing. In truth, there is no fundamental difference between the blood blossom Alron and the man-eating mandrake as monsters. Their conditions of origin remain unchanged. The difference lies in their environment, the flesh that serves as their nursery and the absorbed magic power. Your blood, Liz. And the land. Our family's magic. Well, I hadn't exactly anticipated this outcome. At that time, I never imagined that the seed of a monster plant lay in the soil, nor did I expect an Alron to be born. The dragon's intuition. When I first saw it, I was utterly surprised, more like repulsed, honestly. But if it weren't for that, Mint might not have been born like this. Perhaps Mother was considering the worst-case scenario. This land, you see, originates from an otherworldly Earth where magic power is exceptionally potent. Not only the house but also the courtyard and the surrounding soil are of earthly origin, likely harboring magic power far beyond what this world can compare to. Perhaps even the remnants of Father's hair magic power were astonishing. That child wields earth magic at an astounding level. Despite having a plant-like body, she created legs through magic. Even now, she runs around without roots. And as an extra touch, she created that flowerbed around Father's grave. The colorful flowers blooming around Father's tombstone evoke warmth. It feels as if Mint's sentiments toward Father, and by extension, our family, are being conveyed. Liz narrowed his eyes and spoke. That's how absurdly potent the magic in this land is. While I've certainly encountered Alrons before, none quite like her. To stumble upon such a miraculous being, likely a once-in-a-lifetime experience for me. But surely, the quantity of magic isn't the sole condition for Alron birth, is it? Your blood played a role in distinguishing her, and that seems slightly different. At least, it's not the reason she was born as an Alron instead of a mandrake. Acknowledging Mother's speculation, Liz nodded. Indeed. Mandrakes attack humans. They mimic humans and consume them. But on the other hand, Alrons, born through the same process, are the opposite in every way except for their ability to mimic humans. They love humans and strive to live alongside them. Their mimicry isn't meant to deceive but rather to be loved. Mandrakes and Alrons, despite their reversed orientations, may simply be following survival strategies as living beings. To deceive for sustenance or to take on an endearing form to be protected. To mimic human appearance for deception or to assume a cute form to be cherished. In the end, it's about using the innate abilities to survive. But I didn't want to think of Mint that way. After all, that child, no, perhaps Alrons as monsters. So that's what you mean by unusual. You noticed, Sway. Your speculation was spot on. Liz smirked. The conditions for Alron birth are remarkably simple. Just feed the monster plant, which sprouts from flesh and blood, with benevolent magic power. That's all there is to it. My blood merely assisted in that process. But it seems contradictory. It shouldn't happen naturally. Exactly. In places where flesh and blood are scattered and discarded, there are usually malevolent magic users. Especially in soil tainted by decaying flesh, magic inevitably stagnates and becomes impure. Fulfilling those conditions is rare, yet you manage to meet them, consuming enough flesh, as well as your kindness toward each other. Still, I did lend a hand, so perhaps you can feel grateful? No, I truly appreciate it. As a token of gratitude, I'll give you some large meat. You sure? I'll take it then. Liz chuckled. For a long-lived species, he was quite opportunistic. The last time I saw an Alron was about 200 years ago. It was near the mountain where a hermit lived in seclusion. The hermit accidentally cultivated it. There shouldn't be any documented cases like that. First, it's essential to be far from human settlements. Otherwise, malevolent magic power might mix in. Indeed, if malevolent magic power seeps in, it becomes a man-eating mandrake. I wonder if that hermit enjoyed a pleasant life with the Alron. I hope so. Sway. Look. Mint waved her hands excitedly. High. So high. She giggled while riding on Pochi's back. It's really high. Are you okay? Can you get down safely? Down. Mint dove casually to the ground. Bark. Chocola's back gently caught her. In sync with the dive, Chocola leaped and skillfully softened the landing. Wasn't that amazing just now? Chocola, one more. Bark. While nudging Mint, who was attempting to climb back onto Pochi, Chocola wagged his tail. Karen, who had been closely watching the scene, raised her thumb in my direction. It seems she secretly supported her acrobatics with wind magic. As you can see, Heavenly Beldono, I understand the spirit and anxiety of a parent. But rest assured. Liz said so, smiling at Mother. He, too, had a family. Surely, there were shared feelings and understanding. Mother's cautiousness. The need to prepare for the worst-case scenario, even while fearing the unknown. Once again, I'll say it, that child is a benevolent being. And because you are benevolent, she was born a precious addition to your family. Take good care of her. I'm sure Kazutoru Dono would have said the same. I'm not thrilled about you speaking on his behalf. But yes, you're right. Mother muttered under her breath, assuming I couldn't hear her. So I pretended not to hear. Well, I didn't want to pretend anymore and ran toward Mint and the others. Father, surely you couldn't have foreseen this. Your family has grown by one more child. Chapter 14.5, Wanting to know so many things. Liz told us about the ecology of Alron. First, it seems that Alrons don't require much sustenance. Despite being plant monsters, they move actively, possessing both cognitive abilities and intelligence, much like humans. Surprisingly, the original mandrakes were known to prey on humans and animals. As for their nutritional intake, it appears to be similar to before birth. Alrons decompose the bones, blood, and organs of their prey underground, directly absorbing nutrients. However, they are not averse to oral consumption, so occasionally sharing a meal at the same table might be pleasant. Second, let's discuss their intelligence. According to Liz, encountering an Alron capable of talking is a first for him, leaving him puzzled. Nevertheless, it's reasonable to assume that Alrons are inherently intelligent beings. Now, why can our Mint communicate? Well, that's due to the magic power we've bestowed upon her, the magic-rich soil of our home, infused with potent earth power. Fortunately, she didn't turn into a mutant. Perhaps, without Liz's blood infusion, a different fate awaited her. We're truly fortunate. Lastly, there was something we needed to inquire about, even if it required courage. We, as her family, needed to know. Don't worry. That's Liz's answer to my question. Alrons have long lifespan. If all goes well, they'll outlive you by twice as much. But for now, there's no need to dwell on such matters. When the time comes for you to age and pass away, entrust it to your descendants. Like me, I'll keep watching over you, like an ever-reaching sky. His voice held a mix of warmth and melancholy, and so, we ceased further contemplation. We'll continue to build our days solid, joyful, irreplaceable until the inevitable end arrives. When that day comes, may we bid farewell with smiles. That's all we can do. Section. However, even for a dragon, who lives for ages, there is little knowledge about Alrons. They are such rare creatures. That means the rest is up to us, her family, to understand Mint step by step. Well, to begin with, the fact that she can speak already places her outside the typical classification for Alrons. Hey, Mint. What's that? Sky. Correct. Now, what about that white thing floating in the sky? Cloud. Excellent. And what's the name of the tree growing over there? Don't know. That's a black oak. It's incredibly sturdy. Karen, awesome. Black oak, black oak. And so it went. After Liz returned to the mountains, we delved deeper into understanding Mint. Here, we have 2 apples. And there's 1 orange. How many in total? There are no apples or oranges here. I see. Mint, how many fingers do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Amazing. Now, if we add these fingers together, 1, 2, 2. So, 6. Incredible. She can do addition properly. Mufu. Karen continued asking Mint questions while playing together. It's a good way to gauge her intelligence, although her overly cheerful expression makes me wonder if she's taking it seriously. Although she can handle simple calculations, it seems she struggles with word problems. Yes, Mother's analyzing seriously, but her face is relaxed. And one more thing, it's likely she constructed her knowledge based on our memories. She understands the concept of sky and recognizes that clouds are different from the floating sky. That should already be given looking at how Mint spoke words and called us by our names from the moment she was born. Moreover, she addressed Father's grave as Father, acknowledging that his remains lay there. Is it our magic power that Mint absorbed? Did she read memories from that magic power? Can memories reside within magic power? I asked suddenly, prompting a wry smile from Mother. There is evidence that memories and records can indeed be imprinted directly onto magic power. However, it's not commonly utilized. Very few people have the ability to read them. Why is that? Because it's a rare form of magic. Suikuan, only those with a dark attribute like you and your father can use it. Ah. The revelation struck me. The dark magic's distinctive feature is its ability to interfere with time and space. Observing the causal links that connect past, present, and near-future events, the temporal information embedded within magical essence serves as the catalyst for activation. For instance, during the early days of practicing magic, I experienced a flow of information about the history of the magic sword, riddle, a kind of appraisal unique to dark magic. Usually, this process occurs unconsciously, from observing information to processing it, without consciously recognizing or memorizing it. The appraisal happened only once, purely by chance, and I had long forgotten about it. Could Mint inherit abilities from me and Father? Essentially, she applied this unique trait to acquire memories and knowledge from our magic power. Earth and darkness complement each other as attributes. Both are wielded by rare practitioners, so thorough verification hasn't been conducted. Curiously enough, Mint has demonstrated the proof for us. According to Mother, Mint possesses not only potent earth attributes but also traces of all other elements, light, fire, water, wind, and even darkness. Although these serve as secondary, auxiliary abilities, they enhance her versatility in earth magic. By the way, Mother, does the ice you manipulate fall under a magic attribute? Ice magic is derived from water. When you mix other attributes with water, it becomes ice. But ice is essentially just chilled water, right? The nature of ice changes depending on which attribute you use to cool it. In your case, it's fire, right? So, you're extracting heat power from water using fire magic? My speculation brought a pleased expression to Mother's face. That knowledge comes from the other world. Your father recognized it immediately. Isn't this area less researched here? Yes. People here tend to think that fire magic can only heat things or burn them. It used to be common sense. Suddenly, Mother fell silent. I wondered, did she intentionally cut off the topic, or was there something she didn't want to discuss further? Rather than pressing her, I changed the subject. What about the lightning often used by mutants? That involves light and fire. Mutants possess light attributes, which allow them to use such magic. Karen excels in mist magic, which combines water and wind. Essentially, the more attributes you can handle, the greater your range of abilities. Then Mint might experience remarkable growth. Indeed. Of course, being able to handle multiple attributes doesn't automatically make one omnipotent. However, Mint's fundamental attribute, Earth, has high affinity with all other attributes. We can expect great things. I watched Mint, the little Alraun, playing with Karen. Her brown skin, green hair, and the vines and leaves covering her body all unmistakably non-human, yet she still appeared like an innocent 5-year-old girl. Mint, what's this part of Chocola? Mouth. Bark. What about this? Leg. Correct. And what's this on me? Leg. No, wait. Correct. So, what's this on Mint? Ah, this? Chocola no hands. Bark. Chocola doesn't have hands. But he has 4 legs and can run incredibly fast. Bark. Yes, Chocola is fast. And he has a mouth too. Bark. Section. Watching them makes me smile. Yes, it is. Mint's clear understanding of the difference between hands and legs based on species is impressive. But beyond that, she's just adorable. Let me join the fun. I walked to a corner of the garden, picked up a branch I had stacked there for kindling, and handed it to Mint. Then I pointed diagonally upward. Mint, can you throw this over there? Like this? Yeah, can. Chocola, you know what it means. Bark. Alright, now give it your best throw. Yeah. EI. The branch spun in an arc, flying much higher and faster than I anticipated. It cleared the garden's cinderblock wall and disappeared further into the forest. However, Chocola's sprint and leap easily surpassed it. Before leaving the garden, he effortlessly snatched a branch that had been more than 10 meters high. Wow. Chocola, amazing. Mint was astonished and hugged Chocola when he returned. Watching their adorable interaction, I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the power of a 5-year-old Alron far exceeds that of a human child. I'll need to teach her restraint. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 15, First Rainy Season. Chapter 15.1, Isn't Earth Attribute Amazing? The continent is on the brink of the approaching monsoon. In this other world, the seasons here seem to roughly synchronize with those of Earth. Around what would be June there, when Japan enters its rainy season, the monsoon also graces our continent. Days of rain become more frequent, lasting for about a month, and then summer arrives. It's reminiscent of Japan's seasonal transitions. Personally, I find comfort in this familiarity, and it helps maintain a sense of normalcy. However, we're not in Japan, we're at the heart of one of the world's most perilous places, the Void Forest. Given the prolonged rain, we must be thoroughly prepared for whatever may unfold. Now, let's get specific. 5 days ago, our newly born family came to our aid. Mint, can you create the same trench from here to there? You. Yes, Mint possesses the earth attribute. With a cheerful smile, Mint places her hand on the ground. Instantly, the earth along the line I marked deepens, a trench about 30 centimeters wide and 1 meter deep. It's quicker and more precise than using farming tools, or a sudden God's blessing. This trench is for extending the block wall. Thank you, Mint. You're free to play with Chocola and Pochi for a while. Ahihi. You. Let's play, Chocola, Pochi, bark. Kiuru. As I stroke her head, she wriggles playfully, then trots over to join Chocola and Pochi. Cut tea. Hey, Sway. Karen won't join them, right? Because we're working together. Mao. Karen pouts in discontent. For the well-being of everyone, concentrate properly. Vile-sama, saying that while glancing over there doesn't make it convincing. But isn't it necessary for someone to watch and ensure no one gets hurt? Sway's magic prevents anyone from getting hurt. You know that, yet. Now, let's stack the blocks, shall we? If we finish the work quickly, you can play with Mint and the others, right? Expanding the enclosure with a wall is something I've wanted to do for a while. We cleared the area around the house, built a dismantling site, and then established a ranch. However, these were retrofitted, separate from the block wall enclosure. Even though they're protected by the barrier, I felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Pochi's stable is part of the ranch. It's quite a challenge to let a family member, even if Chocola is with him, live outside the enclosure. Section. That's when Mint, possessing powerful earth magic, arrived. Playfully inquiring, I discovered that she could shape stones into blocks, dig trenches, and even modify our home's block wall. Although I hesitated about putting her to work right after birth, she was so eager that I decided to let her help. And so, 4 days later, our enclosure is undergoing significant changes. First, next to the gate, we moved the dismantling site inside the wall. What does that mean? We had Mint move the block wall itself. As a result, the dismantling site became part of the courtyard, enhancing convenience, and now Mint can sleep and wake up in the courtyard. Mint seems fond of the place where she was born. At night, she buries her lower body in the ground, covering her entire form with leaves, resembling her pre-birth state. It seems this serves as both sleep and nourishment. We use Mint's sleeping area to dispose of the blood and entrails from the prey we've hunted. Is that acceptable? But Mint herself seems to prefer it this way. Of course, due to the limited space, we ran out of blocks for the wall. So, we cut and processed stones to create more. There was a rocky area not far away, so we borrowed stones from there. Next, we tackled the backside, the ranch. The entire rear wall of the house was removed. As a result, the firewood storage and Pochi's hut now adjoin each other. We can split firewood while leisurely observing Pochi. Perhaps by winter, we can install a stove in the hut, either using a boiler or purchasing one from town. Now, we're in the process of constructing a fence that encircles the ranch. Once we connect it to the existing wall, both the dismantling site and the ranch will be contained within the enclosure. Well, the materials for the original wall and the newly stacked ones are different, but I mutter to myself as I work. The blocks comprising the original wall were made of concrete with embedded iron rods. However, in this world, there's neither concrete nor iron rods. Well, perhaps they exist in the city, but we can't create them. Instead, we've shaped rocks to match the same form. In the trench, I place slender pieces of wood at regular intervals. The blocks have 2 vertical holes, allowing us to stack them by threading the wood through. It's a somewhat haphazard amateur job, but with my magic, I can imbue the indestructible property, making it work. I wonder if there's any cement available. If so, I'd like to pour it into the holes for reinforcement. We'll pour it into the holes to secure everything and also apply a bonding agent to the gaps between the blocks. There should be some. Although Suekuan's magic should suffice, shall we bring some back from the town next time? Well, it's somewhat a matter of preference. But will it become too cumbersome? I apologize, Mother's not very knowledgeable about construction. If we can find the materials here, can't we make them ourselves? Certainly. As Karen suggests, if we can procure materials here, that would be ideal. There's a river beyond there, right? Flooding during the monsoon could be problematic. Even with the indestructible property, we can't afford water leakage from the wall. Based on the nearby vegetation, there don't seem to be any signs of that. You can tell that. Karen. Mao, kind of. When I reunited with Sway, I was conducting geological surveys in the forest. Come to think of it, I remember you mentioning that. Doesn't that mean you abandoned your job while in the middle of it? Is that all right? Won't you get into trouble? I'm already halfway through and already submitted the report, so it's fine. Good to know. Section. While chatting, the fence steadily piles up. All right, up to this point is okay. Mint. Sorry to bother you again, but could you help us? You. Chocola, over there. Bark. Mint points at us and orders Chocola, who barks and then eagerly carries Mint on her back, running over. Be careful and don't hurt your back. Bark. Chocola, full of energy, seems perfectly fine. We pause our work, smiling as we watch their lively interaction. The air is thick with humidity, hinting that the monsoon is imminent. Yet, our expressions remain bright, and surely even the rain will be enjoyed with a sense of cheerfulness. Chapter 15.2 On a rainy and seemingly ordinary day. What happens when the rainy season begins? Don't you know? It rains. And so, the gradually moistening air has given rise to rain clouds, and finally, the rain has begun. This type of weather is expected to continue for nearly a month. While the repairs to the fence are finally complete, it seems we'll have various inconveniences ahead. I murmured so while gazing at the courtyard from the porch. Recalling Japan's rainy season, there's a distinct difference in the ambience here. Rather than a gentle drizzle, the rain is more like a downpour. This change in weather will likely transform the forest as well. If the mountains were closer, we'd have to worry about landslides. But perhaps we were fortunate in that regard. Still, I'm curious about the condition of the river. I don't think it'll flood, but rising water levels are possible, replied Karen while sipping tea on the sofa. Fish might disappear for a while, but we might be able to catch other creatures, like crocodiles. Crocodiles? You have them here? Probably further downstream, where the river widens. If the water rises, they might come upstream. And are crocodiles tasty? Decent enough. I'm curious to see how you'll cook them, Karen said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, while I appreciate Karen's confidence in my cooking skills, crocodile is an unfamiliar ingredient. I wonder what it tastes like, perhaps similar to poultry. Nevertheless, we'll need to get creative with our ingredients. Other animals may also shift their habitats, and above all else, sourcing ingredients will become more challenging. During prolonged rain, the muddy ground makes it difficult to operate the lizard carriage, and relying on G-Liz for transportation feels like an imposition. As for the dragon's village, well, that's a different story. I guess we won't be able to visit Sidera for a while. Perhaps I should have made one more trip to the town before the rainy season began. It had been about half a month since my last visit to Sidera. As I said this, my mother, who had been working upstairs, returned. By the way, how's the consommé, Suekuen? She asked as she headed toward the kitchen. It seems to be going well. Adventurers are currently testing it. We had completed the prototype just before our recent trip to the dragon's village. Once the recipe was finalized, there wasn't much left for me to do. They mentioned using the rainy season to explore preservation methods and storage. Thanks to the communication crystals, we could handle administrative matters without going to the town. I received regular progress reports from Cliché-san, and whenever I had new ideas, I sent them promptly. So, once the rainy season ends, mass production will begin, assuming there are no issues. They've already started preparing the production facilities. First, we'd introduce it to the adventurers. Once the town's production system was in place and costs were reduced, we could offer it to the residents as well. And if the reception was positive, we might even expand beyond the town, perhaps throughout the country. Despite my concerns, I believed there would be people who would appreciate it. But it's such a peculiar sight. She stood next to me, gazing out at the courtyard from the porch. Outdoors, in the courtyard, Mint was bathing in a natural shower. Her legs had transformed into roots, resembling a single flower, though technically, she was a flower to begin with. With closed eyes, she tilted her face upward, embracing the rain. Her posture, arms wide open, seemed almost mystical. Beside her, Pochi lay belly down on the ground, seemingly unfazed by the rain. By the way, the armored dragon Tarask was a warm-blooded creature, resilient to temperature changes. I'd heard that dinosaurs were more bird-like than reptilian, but I wondered where these otherworldly subdragons fit biologically. Do you want to bathe in the rain with them, Chocola? Kuan. Are you the type who finds rain bothersome? Chocola, curled up under the eaves of the porch, snorted. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Mint and Pochi. Perhaps he felt like an Oniachan, watching over his younger siblings. The expansion of the fence and Pochi's newfound ease of access to the courtyard have been beneficial. Yes, it's much better than having to take the long way around. The fence that once separated the ranch from our home courtyard was no longer there. Although the stable was still located behind the house, we had created a passageway next to my father's grave. This allowed us to avoid going all the way around to the main gate. Thanks to this change, Pochi now visited the courtyard more frequently. Whether it was his own intelligence or Chocola's guidance, he refrained from eating the vegetables in the field or disturbing the flowers around my father's grave. Of course, he didn't trample them either. But still. In the courtyard, there was a large creature resembling a triceratops and a girl with a plant-like body. In the living room, an elven girl sat sipping tea on the sofa. And standing next to me was my long-lost mother, whom I had reunited with just 2 months ago. In such a short time, the circumstances surrounding me and Chocola had changed significantly. At least before we returned here. Sitting on the porch, I stroked Chocola's back as I continued. Rain used to be quite dreary. I had to carry an umbrella to school, worrying about wet shoes and pants. Public transportation would get congested, and occasionally, a passing car would splash water, leaving me in a terrible mood. Once, even my umbrella got stolen when I briefly stopped at a convenience store. My mother and Karen probably wouldn't understand the details about public transportation or convenience stores. Nevertheless, They listened attentively to my words. When you're in a melancholic mood, you tend to notice only unfortunate things, creating an illusion that misfortune surrounds you. The rain itself becomes associated with impending calamity, making you even more despondent at the mere sight of it. Amidst the pouring rain, I could hear everyone's sounds. But Karen's teacup made a clinking sound as she placed it down. Next to me, Mother's breaths were audible as she looked my way. The rhythm of Chocola's heartbeat transmitted through the hand that stroked him. And then there was the sound of raindrops bouncing off Pochi's massive body, along with the quiet stillness emanating from Mint. I blended my own sound into this symphony. Currently, it's not quite the same. While a month of continuous rain can be bothersome, I find myself curious about what kind of month lies ahead. And when I realize that, even my memories from the past seem different. Carrying an umbrella, being cautious not to get wet, getting frustrated with traffic. Looking back, those things weren't really misfortunes. Walking home from school, drenched in water, and my feet soaked. After changing into dry clothes and preparing dinner, Father would return. He, too, would be soaked from the rain, his shoes wet, and his expression weary. Yet despite it all, we'd greet each other with welcome home, and I'm back sharing smiles. So, I believe the coming month will be just the same. I stepped out onto the porch, into the rain. No umbrella, no shoes, nothing to shield me from the downpour. The muddy earth clung to my bare feet, and my clothes quickly grew heavy. Droplets dripped from my hair, seeping into my undergarments. My entire body felt unpleasantly soaked. Unpleasant, but Mint noticed my approach and opened her eyes. Her puzzled gaze met mine. Sway. It feels good, doesn't it? The rain. I smiled at Mint and looked up at the sky. In this other world is my home world. The rain showed no mercy. Yet, like that day when Father returned, drenched and weary, I couldn't help but smile. Chapter 15.3 What I Want My Family to Eat. Mint possesses extensive knowledge of plants. However, this doesn't mean knowing the names of every tree and grass. According to Karen's verification, our memories and knowledge absorbed at birth can only be partially copied, and even then, Mint can only digest them to the extent of her intelligence. On the other hand, as a unique ability of Alron, Mint can intuitively grasp information about plants it has seen. So even if it doesn't know the names, it can still understand things like that grass is edible or that tree bears sweet fruit. What does this mean? Thanks to Mint, we can now utilize certain ingredients that were previously inaccessible. These ingredients are rich in flavor but often toxic, with many varieties. Their appearance doesn't readily reveal their danger, making them a forest blessing that amateurs should never touch. I am talking about mushrooms. We're back. And so, accompanied by Mint and Chocola, we went mushroom hunting. During the rainy season, much like Japan's tsuyu, plum rain, the humidity encourages mushroom growth. We wandered through the forest, checking to Mint whether could eat what we found. Afterward, we sorted them. In addition, we picked wild herbs, and within an hour, our basket was full. Welcome home. Did you have fun? Yap. Fun. Mint happily embraced Mother on the porch. Despite being soaked from the rain, Mother didn't mind. As she patted Mint's head, Mint squirmed playfully. Sway, welcome back too, Karen said, offering a towel. Thank you, I'm back. Your clothes are drenched. Will you change? Yeah, I'll do that. Or would you like to take a bath? Want to join me? Nah, I'll skip the bath. Bark. As Chocola entered the eaves, he shivered, vigorously shaking off the rainwater from his fur. For a moment, I thought it was impressive how he did it far to not bother us, but did he react to the word bath? I put down the basket I was carrying and headed to the bathroom. After tossing my wet clothes into the washing machine and changing, remembering the initial challenges of transitioning here without extra clothes, I chuckled at the oddity of an electric washing machine operating in this otherworldly forest. Then I returned to the living room. Sway, what are you going to do with all these mushrooms? There's a mountain of them, Karen asked while peering into the basket. You've gathered so many. Mint, helped lots. Yes, thank you Mint. You're amazing. Mufu. Mint had a smug smile as she received head pats from Mother, who looked genuinely impressed. We'll freeze everything except what we'll eat today. Freezing mushrooms breaks down their fibers and enhances their flavor. Oh, I didn't know that. Is this a Moryu? That's about all I can identify. A Migasatake Moryu wasn't familiar where I used to live. There are various other peculiar-looking ones too. But for amateurs, it's still hard to tell whether they're poisonous or not. Mint's abilities were remarkable. Edible, poisonous, eating too much leads to hallucinations. She could assess these at a glance. And we also understood the danger of mushrooms. Sometimes, what we put in the basket turned out to be a different toxic variety, even if it looked similar. The fear was real. Recently, we found something similar to what we brought back from Sidera, but whether it truly belonged to the same species remained uncertain. Even in Japan, cultivated enoki mushrooms looked and tasted completely different from their wild counterparts. Still, as long as we knew they were edible, we could judge their cooking methods based on their smell, size, and overall appearance. This time, we'd use the smaller, clump-shaped mushrooms without freezing them, the classic mushroom shape you'd expect. Probably shimiji mushrooms. And what will I make with these shimiji mushrooms? I stood in the kitchen, clapping my hands together to psyche myself up. Let's get started on dinner preparations. The menu was already decided. First, the main dish would be the jiji bird from the refrigerator. I'll simmer it with root crops. Next, a mushroom-based soup. And as for the seasoning of the soup, since we brought it all the way from the Dragon Village, it's about time to use it. After all that happened, we rarely had the chance to use it. Of course, we tried it a few times, and it's perfectly fine. Today, I'll treat the family to a taste of Japan using this special ingredient. First, the simmered dish. The ingredients include jiji bird wings, carrots, lotus root, and round potatoes. Jiji birds are widely raised poultry in this world, consumed for both their meat and eggs. They look like a cross between a turkey and a pheasant, and true to their name, they make a jiji sound. They're treated similarly to chickens in Japan. The taste is somewhat different, with a distinct aroma and less richness compared to trihand, but it's refreshing. I lightly sear the bird wings after patting them dry. The root vegetables and round potatoes are cut into bite-sized pieces and blanched. Then, I thread them onto skewers and adjust the cooking time before removing them from the boiling water. Next, I combine the bird wings and vegetables in a pot, add water, mirin, soy sauce, and sake, and bring it to a boil. After skimming off any impurities, I cover it and simmer on low heat for about 5 minutes. Then, I flip the ingredients and remove the lid, simmering on medium heat for another 5 minutes. Once it's cooked, I turn off the heat and let it sit to allow the flavors to meld. Now, for the accompanying soup. While soups are usually considered side dishes, I'm feeling like it's the main attraction. After all, the key to supporting the main flavor lies in the special ingredient we obtained from the Dragon Village. A black, wavy, hard sheet kombu seaweed. I cut the dried kombu into suitable pieces and lightly wiped it with a dry cloth. The white powder dusted on it heightened my anticipation. I placed the kombu in a pot filled with water. While it soaked for about 30 minutes, during which I finished preparing the simmered dish, I then applied medium heat to extract the dashi, broth. Just before it reached a boil, I couldn't help but grin. This was the crucial step. Ideally, I'd add bonito flakes here and let it simmer further, the so-called first dashi. However, I haven't acquired any fish flakes yet. So this time, I'll use mushrooms. The magic of umami lies in combining different elements for a synergistic effect. In Japanese cuisine, using both kombu and bonito flakes achieves this synergy by combining kombu's glutamic acid with bonito's inosinic acid. But if bonito flakes are unavailable, we can find a substitute. Enter the umami of mushrooms, guanilic acid. I added shimiji mushrooms, or something similar, I think, to the kombu dashi and simmered it over medium heat. Once the ingredients were thoroughly cooked, I seasoned it with soy sauce, sake, and a touch of salt. Unlike the simmered dish, this seasoning was minimal. The star here wasn't saltiness but pure umami. Finally, just before serving, I'll garnish it with fragrant wild herbs. While mitsuba would be ideal, it's not available in the forest, so I chose the closest alternative. This soup is all about extracting flavor and aroma from the dashi, nothing more. Since it doesn't use oil, it remains translucent, allowing you to see the bottom of the bowl. Its name? Sumishijiru, clear soup, a dish that embodies the concept of umami discovered by Japan. I tasted it to confirm the result. Yes, it's just right. At the very least, it's on par with what we use to make at home. As I prepared the tableware, glancing at both the simmered dish and the clear soup, I called out to my family. Food is ready. Chapter 15.4. It's kind of a comforting taste. The dishes were arranged on the table. The main dish is simmered chicken wings and root vegetables, vinegared shredded gizzards, boiled greens. Finally, a clear mushroom broth made from kombu dashi completed the ensemble. Warm rice accompanied the meal, of course. Something about this soup feels different, said Mother, who seemed to have noticed it first, lifting her bowl and studying it closely. It's remarkably clear, with no trace of oil. And it smells delightful, added Karen, with her eyes narrowing at the rising steam. Is this hosazeri? I chose a Japanese herb similar to the one called mitsuba. Right, that was seri. Mitsuba belongs to the parsley family and is categorized as an herb. But it's not just hosazeri. There's also a hint of mushroom aroma, and perhaps soy sauce, and something else I can't quite place. Over the past couple of months, both Karen and Mother had grown accustomed to the scent and taste of soy sauce. Initially, it had seemed unusual, but they eventually likened it to fish sauce. And both of them had agreed from the start that it was delicious. Would you mind trying the clear broth first? There's something I'd like you to experience. They scooped up spoonfuls and sipped. As the flavors danced on their tongues and slid down their throats, they exchanged surprised glances. Delicious. Yes, the taste is kind of mysterious. They continued to savor the broth, its comforting taste lingering in their mouths and bodies. It's hard to put into words, but it's soothing. Indeed. It leaves something in my tongue and in my body, a relaxing aftertaste. A relaxing taste, indeed. Now that I thought about it, that sentiment was often expressed in Japan as well. But even so, it has depth. Yes, this depth. Is it flavor? Saltiness? No, something more. Suikuen, could this be what you mentioned before? I nodded and replied, yes. What Mother and Karen are sensing is the fifth taste, umami. The kombu's glutamic acid and the mushroom's guanylic acid contribute to it. Although soy sauce and hosazeri add fragrance and compensate for saltiness, there's no doubt that umami is at the heart of this clear broth. Now that you mention it, there is a shared depth in Suikuen's cooking. You used kombu, right? Extracted from dried kombu and then strained. Would you like to taste this one too? I stood up, poured another soup from a separate pot into cups, and placed them in front of them. This one was prepared for chocola, pochi, and mint. It was the base for the clear broth, made solely from kombu dashi without any added salt. As they hesitantly sniffed and cautiously tasted it, their eyes widened. It's neither salty nor flavorful, and the aroma isn't strong, yet. There's something there. Could it be the umami from that seaweed? It's intriguing. So fresh. But I can tell it's Suikuen's cooking. Satisfied with their response, I became certain. After considering what to do next after the granulated consommé, I thought we'd manage somehow. Thank you for going along with my whim. And I apologize for taking up your time. Let's eat properly before it cools down. However, I couldn't spend too much mealtime on experiments. I glanced at the simmered dishes and side dishes on the table, urging both of them to dig in. By the way, umami compounds have an appetite-inducing effect. So perhaps, you might enjoy this meal even more than usual. Interestingly, while umami stimulates appetite, it also provides greater satisfaction, which can prevent overeating in the end. Later, I'd share this information, but for now, both of them were enthusiastically intrigued. Come to think of it, since arriving here, they've been feeling good and haven't gained much weight despite thinking they've eaten a lot. Watching them happily celebrate, I silently noted that they were both in great shape. though I only thought about it. Perhaps growing up in an all-male household made it hard for me to keep up with these kinds of conversations. Section. Once the three of us finished our meal, it was Chocola and the others' turn. Interestingly, it's not just humans who appreciate dashi. Dogs also have taste receptors for umami, and Chocola, in particular, had always loved soup made from kombu dashi. Bark bark. Could he smell it? Chocola wagged his tail and leaped toward me. No, I can't prepare your food if you jump on me, can I? Of course. Their meals were adjusted in various ways compared to ours. For Chocola, I prepared a salt-free boiled chicken with clear broth. Pochi had already finished eating. Or rather, he enjoyed eating grass freely, so I prepared a salad with fragrant herbs and mushrooms. Since Mint's taste preferences were unknown, I provided both a salt-free clear broth and one seasoned with a little salt. Gulp, bark, cururu. Sway, Mint wants this. In the garden, under the eaves, Chocola and the others enjoyed their meal while Mother and Karen watched, sipping tea. Since Pochi was big, only his head peeked out from under the eaves. Mint does seem to prefer less salt. Other one, throat go gyu. Gyu, ha. That doesn't tell me what's happening on your throat. Mint's preferred flavors must be explored, I think. Although the umami flavor is perceptible, she happily exclaims, like this. She dislikes saltiness, and as for bitterness and acidity, what about sweetness? Could we make fruit juice? Or perhaps a smoothie? I want Mint to enjoy delicious things as much as possible. No, I want her to be delighted. Swooey, what's a smoothie? It's a variation of juice. A drink made by crushing fruits or vegetables along with their fibers into a liquid form. Explaining it again feels a bit strange, doesn't it? I don't have a blender. If I had one, making granulated consommé would be easier. Maybe I can figure out a way using manual methods or magic. A blender requires sharp blades, a mechanism to rotate them, and a sealable container. If I consult with Novium-san, we might find a solution. However, I don't remember the exact details of its original structure. What shape were the blades again? As I ponder this, Mother murmurs thoughtfully. Suekuan, you're always thinking about a lot of thing, aren't you? It's not that much, really. I just want to try out the ideas that come to mind. There's a high chance of failure, but it's like a form of solace. Of course, if something tangible comes out of it, I'd be happy. No, it's admirable. Even so, Mother shakes her head. It's not just you, Suekuan. Karen is the same. So are Chocola, Pochi, and Mint. Each of you looks forward, heading toward the future. You're all growing. Well, I feel like I'm just living leisurely. Maybe that's how you see it, but from a parent's perspective, it's different. Seeing her expression, why is it, I wonder, there's a hint of hesitation. Is Mother contemplating something? Before I could ask, the expression on Mother's face fades away. Well then, if everyone has finished eating, shall we clean up? We need to wash the dishes. Mint, would you like to help? Yeah, help. Mint happily heads toward the living room. Wait a moment, wipe your feet first. I rush to the bathroom to grab a towel. And so, because of that, my chance to inquire about what Mother was contemplating has been lost. Chapter 15, Interlude, Sidera, Frontier Town Progress Department. Within the Adventurers Guild of Sidera Village, a newly established internal department now resides. In one of the vacant rooms, a simple wooden desk and a filing cabinet were brought in. New staff members were also hired. Those skilled in calculations or adept at general affairs were transferred from other guild departments, while retired adventurers filled the remaining positions. After a month of effort, the department's appearance was finally in order. Its official name, Frontier Town Progress Department. Although the name is somewhat vague, most guild employees and adventurers know its purpose. As a nickname, it is simply referred to as the Soup Department. Section. So, how does the humidity during the rainy season affect us? Seated in the office of the Soup Department, which also served as the branch office for the guild, was cliché-bearingly the dual role of department chief and branch guild master. As he perused the documents, he nodded in response to the reports. Yes, It seems that high humidity in rainy areas leads to spoilage. In such conditions, decay can occur within a few days. For the town, storage in places unaffected by moisture is essential. Adventurers can manage it with regular use of drying magic, but citizens don't have that luxury. Selling in bottles might also be too cumbersome. Indeed, it takes up space, and the prices would skyrocket. Hey, how about selling large volume bottles as a separate product? From behind the reporting staff member, a woman organizing the shelves interjected. Wearing a slightly disheveled guild-issued uniform, she exuded a carefree aura. Her name was Lila, and she had been transferred to the General Affairs Department due to her friendship with Sui Hateno, the catalyst for establishing the soup department. Why not include the price of the bottle? And besides, bottles can be reused at home indefinitely. When they're empty, people can buy refills by weight and replenish the bottles. You really do have a sharp mind, despite your appearance. Guildmaster, that's not very nice. Oh, what was it called again? Ah, yes, power harassment. Quoting Sui, are we? Yeah. Suikai is quite entertaining, you know. Growing up in another world has given him a unique perspective. He even looks out for me during my off-duty hours. Upon catching Lila's intense gaze, Cliché lets out a sigh. I already given you enough allowance. According to Suikai, that's just common sense. But isn't the reduction in days off more of a black issue? Something like that. Oh, and he's a guy, yet he doesn't ogle my chests. Is it because Karen-chan is around? Lila playfully grabbed her own chest, causing it to jiggle. It's good to see you back in high spirits, Lila. Initially, you were quite disgruntled about being transferred away from reception and having fewer chances to meet Bird. What are you saying? Guildmaster, it's not relevant, and I don't understand why you're discussing personal matters about staff members. What the heck are you talking about, old man? Also, what do you care about the personal circumstances of the guild staff? Ignoring Lila's sudden blush and rapid speech, Cliché shrugged. The idea of selling in bottles is approved. Let's consult with the artisans. Considering storage duration and usage, even if it's large volume bottles, it shouldn't be excessively bulky. It requires some technical expertise. Indeed, it might also contribute to the artisan's skill improvement. The other staff members followed Cliché's lead. While it involved costs, creating demand and supply would stimulate the economy. As the economy thrived, artisans would grow. And as artisan quality improved, citizens' living standards would rise. Playing abacus in his head, Cliché felt a sense of accomplishment. And then, the room's door was knocked, and a young lady entered. Or rather, precisely speaking, an elderly woman in the guise of a young lady. Her appearance defied her true age due to her immense magic power. She was still youthful looking, but her actual age exceeded 70. She is the Sub-Zero Witch. Seralind Mukare, a prominent figure in the kingdom. Since her visit to Sidera 2 months ago, she has remained stationed here. She held the position of Special Advanced Team Leader in the Royal Academy of Magic Arts, Boundary Fusion Phenomena Research Bureau. What's the matter? Did something happen? However, for Cliché, Seralind was an old acquaintance. Back when Cliché was an adventurer in the capital, Seralind had been his mentor. Their familiarity allowed for a casual demeanor. No, it's not that something happened, but... However, due to their familiarity, Cliché immediately noticed that Seralind's expression was different from usual. It was rare for Seralind to hesitate in her speech. Normally, she maintained a composed demeanor befitting a noblewoman. Granny, is this a complicated matter? Should we leave you two alone? Hey, watch your tone. Cliché couldn't help but find Lila's behavior lacking in manners. Even though she appeared to be a girl of similar age to Lila, she was a top-tier mage, a witch, and a noble to boot. Born into the prestigious Marquis Mukare family, renowned in the field of ice magic, she had married the younger brother of the former king, Duke Asia. Her lineage was so illustrious that commoners might encounter her only once in a lifetime. However, her life had been marked by misfortune both in her birth family and her marriage. Most of her relatives had passed away, And now she merely held the title as the matriarch of the Muker Marquis family in name. It's fine, my dear. I just came to check on things. No, I shouldn't be so impolite. Shall we move to my office? Of course, Cliché's response was not entirely sincere. He knew that Seralind wasn't the type to be concerned about such formalities. In fact, she was quite open-minded, especially toward young people. Apologizing inwardly to Lila for using her as an excuse, Cliché left the room with Seralind. I apologize for inconveniencing you. Please apologize to that girl later. Oh, she may appear slow-witted, but she's quite sharp. She understands perfectly well. Indeed. She's a good kid. Seralind's voice held not only nostalgia but also a hint of melancholy. Section. Entering the guildmaster's office, Cliché gestured toward the sofa. He retrieved a wine bottle from the shelf, placed 2 glasses, and poured grape wine generously. It's still day, and you're even on duty. It's fine. Sometimes it helps to switch one's mood with a drink. After a brief hesitation, Seralind eventually picked up the glass and took a sip of the wine. Phoo. With a gentle exhale, she observed as the tension eased from the other person, Cliché's shoulders. Your troubles don't seem work-related, Nay-san. He intentionally uses the term from 3 decades past. Sidira, you've few acquaintances here, I suppose. But even so, it's rare for you to come to me yourself. You've always been the type who keeps her concerns to herself. Indeed. I didn't come here for advice. I merely wished to share my heart with someone and find solace. Her expression, too, seemed to return to that of 30 years ago. Once, and only once, he had glimpsed this face. During his teenage years, when he was her student. She had been intoxicated, sharing tales of her life. The loss of husband and son. If her son were alive, he would be roughly Cliché's age. And then there was her niece, the daughter of her younger brother, a girl of about 10 at the time. Today, I received a message. Seralind continued, her wine glass half drained, reminiscent of those days long past. After the monsoon season ends, we shall visit as a family. Family means. Her expression wavered between inner turmoil and hesitant reservation. My niece, who I almost took the only source of happiness of. Viol's son and adopted daughter. Chapter 16, Viol. Chapter 16.1, Memories blend with the sound of rain. About half a month has passed, and I've grown accustomed to the perpetually rainy life. Of course, there are many inconveniences and challenges. My greatest concern is the garden. I planted seeds and saplings without much consideration of seasons, resulting in a harsh environment for rain-sensitive vegetables. Tomatoes and pumpkins, in particular, are susceptible to diseases and root rot. To address this, I improvised a simple rain shelter. It consists of connected wooden boards placed atop a framework, foldable like a bath lid. By using it diligently, considering rainfall and sunlight, things have improved considerably. I pondered whether mint and her earth magic could help, and in fact, I believe it can. However, regarding our home garden, I hesitated to rely too heavily on magical shortcuts. Well, it's not like I can argue back when reminded that we maintained it using magic while I was away. Now, this garden is my hobby. I want to face it head-on, embracing the process regardless of success or failure. On the other hand, when it comes to practical daily life, hunting leaves me drenched and the forest ground perpetually muddy. Rivers appear where I don't remember them. Enormous frogs and eerie-looking leeches, unsettling monsters, lurk about. Due to such conditions, I can't even visit the dragon village. So yes, the challenges outweigh the comforts. Yet, it remains enjoyable. Sharing a soaked moment with Karen in the forest, our faces reflecting each other's expressions, is fun. Or when dealing with a mud-covered chocola as he frolics around. Even when I asked did we ever have a river in a place like this, aloud, startled by the absurdly large red and green frogs. And just like that, Mother swiftly destroyed them. Pochi, disgruntled by being unable to pull the lizard carriage, had a stroke of luck. A massive rock conveniently dammed the stream beside the ranch. We tied a rope to it, and Pochi gleefully pulled it along. Mint, perched on his back, cheered on him. Once we transported the rock to the edge of the ranch, Mint transformed it into usable stone. Somewhere along the way, we all ended up as muddy as Chocola, and we all laughed together. Those days, the struggles, they were incredibly enjoyable. Section. On a certain day, when I was thinking about how happy we were. That night. Section. The rain fell heavily, its sound permeating even the confines of our home. The sun had long set, and after a slightly delayed dinner, we sat in the living room, sipping tea. Pochi was already in the shed, Mint at the dismantling site, both fast asleep. Chocola, always covered in mud from his daily play, is now lying sprawled at my feet after facing a thorough shampoo treatment. You know you're going to get washed, so try to be a little less enthusiastic. Gru-ru-ru. Bark. Fun can't be stopped. But after having fun, there's always cleanup. Bark. Despite his protests, Chocola wilted under Karen's gentle scolding. I chuckled as I continued to stroke her back. Then, from upstairs, I sensed someone descending. Would you like some tea too, Mother? I asked as Mother entered the living room. Suekuen, Karen. Mother. But when I turned around to look at her, I felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. The gentle smile she usually showed us was not there. It wasn't the fierce expression she wore when confronting enemies, nor the tender look reserved for father. She wasn't in her mother mode. Nor was she the revered heavenly bell witch. Certainly father's wife. Her eyes held determination, yet also a hint of unease and loneliness. And there, before us, stood a woman with a face reminiscent of a young girl. She settled onto the sofa, positioning herself so that she could face both Karen and me simultaneously. A heavy silence hung in the air. Karen, Chocola, and I were all rendered speechless by the weight of it. Finally, as if gathering her resolve, Mother took a deep breath and began to speak. Originally, I planned to wait until the rainy season ended before discussing this. But I realized I couldn't keep postponing it forever, especially after observing you both. She said, smiling at our expectant faces. Suekuen aside, I've never properly talked to Karen about this. I was afraid to. However, I can't continue being your mother while keeping this a secret. You both need to know. So starting today, I'll tell you. With another deep breath, she continued. My parents. Your grandparents. Ah. I gasped when she said those. Father existed in the other world, Japan, where he lost his parents early and became an orphan. Then, he crossed over to our world, married Mother, and started a family. Given that I had no grandparents in that world, it wasn't surprising that I lacked paternal relatives. But what about Mother's side? Mother was born and raised in this world. If that were the case, her parents should be here too. Not just her parents. What about siblings? Extended family? The whole lineage? Her maiden name, Mukare, couldn't have sprung from thin air. Yet, it had never been discussed. So, I never asked. Growing up without any relatives, the thought hadn't occurred to me. Let me get straight to the point. My parents are no longer in this world. Mother's face held determination, mixed with resolve and anguish. The direct cause was illness. But in reality, it's as if I killed them. As she looked at us with wide eyes, her expression on the verge of tears. I didn't help those people when they got sick. In short, I killed them. Your mother is a woman who left her own parents for dead. This was the backstory of Vile Mukare, the heavenly bell witch and her past. A tale of a girl unloved by her parents, who then met a boy, learned of affection, and discovered what it meant to have a family. Chapter 16.2, House of Marquis Mukare, the violet that will never bloom. The Mukare family, intertwined with the Sorks kingdom, boasts a long history of mages. Derived from water, their expertise lies in ice-based magic, a skill passed down through generations, producing renowned magicians. While their origins remain veiled, they emerged as noble figures, contributing immeasurably to the kingdom's grandeur through countless military exploits. During peaceful times, they championed commerce by applying ice magic to long-term food preservation techniques, invigorating trade. Their domain security was impeccable, and their association with the royal family elevated their prestige. Everything appeared idyllic and serene. Of the exceptional talents in recent memory, None shone brighter than the Sub-Zero witch Cerilind. From childhood, she was hailed as a prodigy, eventually becoming the betrothed of the third prince, Asia. As she matured, her exceptional abilities matched her reputation. Upon her appointment as the headmistress of the Royal Academy of Magic, she ascended to the pinnacle of magic, the coveted title of witch. Her birth marked the first new witch in the Mucare lineage in 60 years, a remarkable achievement within the kingdom after a 2-decade hiatus. Her husband, Asia, though not destined for the throne, received the title of duke as the king's brother. Their harmonious union bore fruit in their firstborn child. With this addition, the Mucare family's renown grew even further. Not only were they esteemed magic practitioners, but they also became royal kin, their influence shining ever brighter. And then, fate took an unexpected turn. Cerilind's younger brother and current head of the Mucare family, Wolf, welcomed the long-awaited arrival of their first child. This girl, with eyes blending blue and purple, a testament to her water affinity, was named Viol. But you see, the daughter born with such high expectations turned out to be a disappointment. Her magical abilities were deficient due to the clash of opposing attributes. By the age of 2, Viol had been judged as such. In the realm of magic, there exist 6 distinct attributes, the primary colors enveloping the world: red, fire, blue, water, and green, wind, the fundamental color supporting the world: yellow, earth, and the polar opposites, the colorless white light and black darkness. Among these, individuals are almost always born with one of the 3 primary colors, fire, water, or wind, as their foundational attribute. Some have fire as their primary, with small amounts of water and earth. Others lean toward wind as their main, with a touch of darkness. These secondary attributes subtly influence the primary, playing a supportive role. When secondary attributes interfere significantly with the primary, individuality emerges in magic. The fusion of primary and secondary attributes results in phenomena like water turning to ice or wind manifesting as heat waves. However, very rarely, secondary attributes surpass their usual role and become dominant, while primary attributes diminish. What happens then? Each attribute begins asserting, "I am the primary." It's akin to adding copious amounts of salt to a sugary confection. Salt, originally meant to enhance sweetness as a subtle seasoning, now competes for the spotlight, pushing sugar aside. This state is known as attribute conflict. In such cases, even if the individual possesses substantial magical power, their prospects as spellcasters become dire. Unable to wield proper magic, they must abandon the path of a mage. Viol, the eldest daughter of the House of Marquis Mucare, was born with the attributes of fire and water. Already challenging to harmonize, she compounded the difficulty by mixing them in equal proportions. Lighting a fire extinguished it with water, and boiling water evaporated under the heat of fire. This was the worst-case scenario of magical conflict, an impasse where growth as a mage was impossible. Living as an ordinary person was equally daunting. Perhaps, instead, she could serve as a rare specimen for magical research and dissection. The head of the Mucare Marquisate, Lord and Lady, lamented greatly over their imperfect daughter, and in equal measure, they were deeply disappointed, resulting in a complete loss of interest in their daughter. They, too, had their reasons. For instance, the current head, Lord Wolf, harbored feelings of inferiority compared to his sister, Cerilind, a genius bestowed with the title of witch. He, an ordinary brother in contrast, wondered if his sole value lay in perpetuating the family line. Surely, this anxiety would have dissipated had he produced exceptional offspring. Wolf didn't merely lack expectations for his daughter, he projected his own life onto her. Lady Twere, his wife, felt cornered by the fact that she had borne such a daughter. The Mucare Marquisate naturally required an heir proficient in ice magic. While there was no guarantee that a parent's attributes would pass to their child, tendencies often prevailed. If there were inclinations, exceptions were not permitted. She had been meticulously chosen from among numerous candidates. Yet, the child manifested a strong fire attribute, in stark contrast to the foundational water element. An incongruity unworthy of the prestigious ice lineage. The Marquisate grappled with the question, from where did this fire attribute emerge? Suspicions arose, was Lady Twere unfaithful? Was Lord Wolf impotent? Doubts extended even to their grandparents. No trace of fire magic had ever tainted the long history of Mucare. The once harmonious marital relationship now chilled completely, with no talk of producing a new heir. And all these causes converged upon their sole daughter, they concluded. I was abandoned. Father and mother became mere strangers residing in the same house. The maids and servants observed me from a distance, whispering behind my back. The minimal education I received was merely to maintain aristocratic decorum. But for me, it was a set of procedures to make a puppet behave like a human. Section. Fortunately for the daughter, access to the mansion's library was not forbidden. Within its walls lay an array of diverse books, novels, stage scripts, historical records, and even technical manuals and spellbooks. Through these tomes, she learned joy, anger, sorrow, and human nature. She delved into the world's secrets and the intricacies of magic. From her earliest memories, the emotions that clung to her heart bore names: sadness when she witnessed the servants' cheerful banter from afar, loneliness when she felt isolated, pain from the tutor's whip, and fear when her parents' gaze sent shivers down her spine. And deep within her, these myriad negative feelings swirled. At her core, like the smoldering flames of a hearth, she pondered. Why was she a useless failure? Why couldn't she wield magic? As she deciphered the volumes in the library, knowledge accumulated. The flashes of insight, intuitions, and leaps of logic within her mind remained inexplicable. Perhaps they were akin to enlightenment. Then, one day, she understood. If elemental forces clashed, why not wield them separately? Why the need to confine oneself to a single fundamental attribute? Or perhaps, did fire and water truly oppose each other? Certainly, fire extinguished when doused with water, and water evaporated when exposed to flames. But why did fire extinguish when water touched it? And why did water evaporate when faced with fire? Were these two elements merely exchanging something unseen, ultimately part of the same essence? This smoldering feeling deep within her, akin to the embers in her soul, held the answers. Even if everyone ignored me, even if I witnessed the servant's cheerful demeanor from a distance, even if the tutor's hand struck me, even if my parents' gaze treated me like an object, no matter how frozen my heart became, this fire within me continued to burn. Rather, it intensified. If fire and water truly clashed, why didn't this flame in my chest extinguish? Or perhaps, what if I radiated this heat outward? Would it evaporate the negative emotions that plagued me? Would my frozen heart thaw? I don't know. So, there was only one way to find out. One day, the young girl made her decision. At the tender age of 12. As for the catalyst, if there was one, I still don't know. Memories of being berated by her parents, harassed by the servants, or lashed by the tutor, none of those exist in her recollections. So perhaps, if there was a catalyst. From the day she was born until now, those 12 years spent within the mansion. This emotion smoldering, churning, and burning within her, perhaps her anger had reached its boiling point. Section. On the day I awakened my magic, I set the mansion ablaze. As I watched my parents and the servants flee outside, I continued to laugh. Chapter 16.3, Cerulean, Crimson with passion, azure with cruelty. I only found out about my younger brother's cruelty after our ancestral home burned down. It was when that child awakened to magic and fled. Yes. Perhaps it coincided with the time I was looking after you. In the branch guild master's office of the Adventurers Guild. Cerulean Mucare spoke these words to cliché-bearingly. Section. However, the discomfort had been there 40 years ago. When her brother Wolf's daughter was born, Cerulean naturally visited her family home. Upon hearing the name they had given her, Viol, Cerulean bestowed a blessing kiss, hoping she would grow up splendidly. But afterward, she heard nothing about how his daughter was growing, what attributes she possessed, or any such details. In fact, several years later, contact with her parents, the previous generation, suddenly increased. They inquired whether she had plans for a second child. Why were they asking such questions? No satisfactory answers were forthcoming. Only vague statements like a sibling is necessary or a soul heir is worrisome. Their persistence became tiresome, leading her to drift apart from her family. In retrospect, if only she had faced it a little more squarely. If she had not turned away from that feeling of discomfort in the corner of her mind. Regret accompanied the thought that perhaps she could have done something. But before she could take action, tragedy struck Seralind. Her husband and son passed away one after the other. Her husband met with an unforeseen accident, and her son suffered from illness. Overwhelmed by such senseless misfortune, Seralind spent the next few years in desolation. She couldn't even recall how she managed to survive during that uncertain period. There was no room in her heart to think about her family home, let alone her niece. It was nearly 5 years before she could regain my footing and finally face forward. However, she distanced herself from the palace that still bore traces of her late husband. While on indefinite leave from the Royal Magic Academy, she decided to change my surroundings and dabbled in the adventurer's business. By chance, she began looking after Cliché, who was a fledgling at the time. Right around the period when he was becoming independent, the incident occurred. The news spread that the mansion of Marquis Mucaire in the capital had burned down, and it was her runaway niece who was responsible. I rushed there in haste. It was there that Seralind finally learned the full story of what had happened in her ancestral home. How could such a failure be our daughter? She was shocked to learn that her little brother he had known for so long has become so different. Why was someone like her born? Her sister-in-law, who repeatedly utters words that she must never tell her own child and has suffered abdominal injury, has also become something like a monster. That's why I told you. If only you had borne more children. Those lines of her parents made Seralind give up on them. Why had they been so insistent on hurrying the birth of her second child back then? They had tried to bury the failed experiment that caused magical conflict and make Seralind's child the successor. And now, even knowing that Seralind had lost both her husband and child, they dared to utter such insensitivity words that could be spoken. They had diverged from the right path. Obsessed with maintaining their prestige, they were blinded by their blood ties and had lost sight of what truly mattered. So, Seralind quietly left that place. Perhaps if she gave them time, they would calm down and return to the family she once knew. Besides, she had to find her missing niece. She was unable to use magic due to the magical conflict. Since then, she had been treated poorly within the estate. It remains unclear what triggered it, but she awakened to powerful magic, enough to burn down the mansion, and vanished a mere 12-year-old girl, alone. She had to be protected as swiftly as possible. However, shortly after Seralind began her search, rumors of an adventurer are heard from the south, far from the royal capital, on the border near the Beastkin territory. An impudent demon in the guise of a little girl. An embodiment of wanton cruelty, coexisting with the frenzy of flames and the frigidity of ice. A prodigy of dual magic, mastering both fire and ice simultaneously, known as Viol Mucaire. Locating her and confirming her safety was a relief. However, I couldn't do anything about the turmoil within her, the smoldering anger deep in her heart. Section. When the Marquis's mansion burned down, the first question was about the number of victims. But upon hearing that there were no fatalities, only minor burns, Seralind felt fortunate. No lives lost. Her niece was spared from blame. It was years later that she realized her gross miscalculation. Her niece, Viol, began to display talent surpassing even Seralind's as one of the nation's premier mages. The absence of casualties wasn't mere chance. Intentionally sparing lives, Viol skillfully controlled the flames, allowing time for escape and even creating paths to safety. Why did she do this? Not out of mercy. As the rogue adventurer known as Viol Mucaire gained fame for her exceptional magic, the scandal surrounding the Mucaire Marquisate spread further. They had scorned and neglected the unfortunate girl burdened with magical discord. They failed to recognize her rare talent, the simultaneous mastery of 2 elemental attributes, and instead sought to suppress her. They unwittingly cast aside a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. The fools who failed to recognize the treasure mountain right before them, mistaking it for trash and discarding it, the once prestigious Mucaire lineage had fallen so far, it was pitiable. Not only the immediate family, the parents and grandparents, but also the servants who had treated her carelessly, all became the subject of gossip and pointed fingers. In a marquis's household, the staff were typically drawn from the ranks of minor nobility or higher. However, their status was naturally lower than that of the marquis. They had tarnished their reputation in noble society by mistreating the daughter of higher-ranking nobles. Saralind didn't know the specifics of each individual's fate, nor did she care to find out, but surely none of them had led virtuous lives. In essence, her niece had exacted revenge by sparing their lives. Wasn't this far more ruthless than outright killing them? Perhaps it was the manifestation of a twisted heart, warped by the harsh environment. Therefore, while sharing their journey, Saralind taught her everything she could. She imparted essential knowledge for survival, filled in the gaps in her wisdom, and corrected her disjointed sense of ethics. She taught her efficient use of magic, combat techniques, and how to navigate society. Above all, she emphasized that Vial was not alone, that allies stood by her side. Saralind labored tirelessly to instill this understanding. Yet, even so, she couldn't touch the flames smoldering deep within her niece's heart. Not even the icy walls that encased those flames could be melted. Now, in hindsight, she realized it had been impossible for her all along, because Saralind already held someone else dear. Her late husband and son. She couldn't repurpose the feelings she had dedicated to them. She couldn't burn the same firewood for her own heart. What she needed was her whole being. To melt her ice, to be able to freeze together and still laugh. To calm her flames, to burn together and still hold her close. To love her as the most precious person, and to be loved by her as the most precious, such a bond. Saralind reunited with her niece, and it had been 4 years since she began struggling with how to treat her. She was 18 at the time. In the outskirts of Nurtep, a city in the southern part of the capital, a boundary erosion phenomenon occurred. It was a rare event, recorded approximately 70 years ago, and depending on how it was handled, it could be a double-edged sword for the kingdom's future, leading to either prosperity or downfall. Saralind accepted the kingdom's request and set out to investigate with her niece, Anne. What they found, there was an architectural style they had never seen before, a house. And living there was a boy from another world, unassuming yet possessing immense magic and brownish-black eyes. Chapter 16.4 The One Who Saved Me. At first, you see, I challenged him to a duel. Gradually, the tale became the story of her with father. As we listened with bated breath, we noticed a change in mother's expression. Did you come from another world? Do you possess formidable magic? So what if you do? I suppose I was jealous. You, the pampered child who grew up without any hardships, suddenly wielded newfound power and became arrogant. Back then, that's what I thought. Ever since she began sharing stories from the past, Mother always seemed burdened. When she revealed how she was treated by her parents during her childhood. When she recounted setting the mansion ablaze after awakening to magic and running away. When she looks back on her days as a wild adventurer. Tense, as if on the verge of bursting, it was painful to watch. Karen and I always felt like crying. Saralyn-san, Aunt San, taught her many things during our encounter, and for a brief moment, her expression softened. Yet the lingering pain remained unchanged. But the moment Father's story began, she smiled, straightening her hunched back as if boasting something radiant. I couldn't lay a finger on him. None of my magic reached him. Just like you, Suekuen, with your dark attribute barrier. Mother's cheeks flushed. Despite the defeat she spoke of, her words contradicted the content. From then on, I challenged him to fights repeatedly. I vowed to keep going until I won. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't beat him. Frustration, sadness, and anger overwhelmed me until I burst into tears. She was in so much pain when she said about how she was laughing when she set the house on fire, but now, as she reminisced about being reduced to tears, her face seemed blissful beyond measure. Like a child throwing a tantrum. No, that's not quite right. I was the child. Ever since I left home, I've remained that way. And then what happened? Seeing Mother take a deep breath, I inquired. As we continued our cycle of challenging and being defeated, our conversations gradually increased. Along the way, he shared his life story with me. Separated from his parents early on, he was sent alone to this world, unable to return. Lost and bewildered, he found himself in a fight with a strange woman. But even so, Kazukuin kept smiling. He found joy in this world, in its newfound liveliness. Talking to me was enjoyable too. Mother's voice grew moist. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, yet she looked upward as if enduring. He registered with the Adventurers Guild to make a living. And somehow, I ended up accompanying him. Aunt Seralind left me behind to report to the kingdom, so the two of us formed a party. From there on, no matter how many nights it took, I couldn't fully recount the tale. Mother began sharing memories of her adventures alongside father. Slaying a mutant that appeared in the town together. Stopping a brewing war between the Beastkin territory and our realm by confronting the root causes with sheer force. Getting caught up in the Elven Civil War in Alfheim. Meeting Karen's parents there. Dealing with troublemakers who bothered them at the Adventurers Guild. Feeling irritated by father's kindness when he helped the very same troublemaker who had pursued them out of spite. Venturing to the Helheim Valley, one of the Divine Will's broth in the Beastkin territory to test their mettle. And there, picking up a lone puppy. Chocola. Bark. As mother called his name, Chocola hopped onto her lap. Despite her large frame, it was probably just like in the old days. While affectionately stroking Chocola's back, mother continued. Whether it happened gradually or from the very beginning, I'm not sure. But I realized I've fallen for him. It was my first experience with such feelings, so I was utterly bewildered. I lashed out at him and acted strangely, yet he didn't ignore me or deny anything. He always faced me head-on, and he found a place in my heart. The beginning of father and mother's relationship might be embarrassing for most people, and expressing their affection might make a son uncomfortable. But not me. I couldn't feel that way, because when mother spoke about father, I was saved by him. I was twisted beyond repair, unable to believe in anything, ignorant of both loving and being loved. I relied solely on my own passion and pushed everyone away. He rescued me from that. It's only natural she has the face of an ordinary mother. When I returned to this world and reunited with mother, I realized, this is what a mother is. My classmates at school grew up with someone like her, someone warm and kind. But it's different. It's not ordinary. Vile Mukair, despite being neglected by her parents and growing up without knowing what family truly meant. Living a life far from ordinary. And yet, even so, she remains ordinary. As a mother, right here in front of me. That was no small feat. Father pulled mother out of a deep pit, brushing off the dirt and wiping away the mud, then, hand in hand, they climbed the stairs together. The world opposed us. With my noble lineage and the added bonus of being a powerful mage, I held political value. The nobles were particularly harsh. They interfered with us, attempting to eliminate him. They used despicable, underhanded methods. No matter the obstacles. No matter the enemies they faced. Aunt Seralind opposed us too. Because of that, we grew distant for a while. But you know what? It was still okay. Because there was no one else for me but him. He was the only one who stood by my side, melting my icy heart, fearlessly embracing the flames within me. With a gentle smile, mother stroked Chocola. She looked at Karen and then at me, her expression filled with pride. On the day I became his wife, I finally understood what it meant to have a family. Chapter 16.5, Seralind, the tremors echo through the night. When that child expressed her desire to marry Kazutaru Hateno, I opposed it. That decision has haunted me ever since. It remains my greatest regret. Seralind Mukair's confession. Section. By this time, the name Vile Mukair resounded not only within the kingdom but across the entire continent. They spoke of her as a wielder of dual attributes, flames and ice. They spoke of her as a prodigy, her violet eyes harboring contradictions. They spoke of her as a once-in-a-millennium, perhaps once-in-2 millennia mage. Unfortunately for Vile, Kazutaru Hateno was just a nobody. He was always by her side, accompanying her into battle. While adventurers recognized him, in the realm of politics and national affairs, his existence remained largely suppressed. After all, he was neither a noble nor did he hail from any registered lineage. Among scholars, He was merely a subject of interest, an entity entangled in the erosion phenomenon. Kazutoru's magic leaned more toward defense than offense, and the rarity of dark attribute magic further obscured his recognition. Viol's own magic, which locks everything in a prison of ice or turns everything to ashes with her flames, were both visually spectacular and solemnly mysterious. When she fought, an imperceptible barrier deflected all attacks, and her opponents inexplicably faltered at crucial moments. Even on the battlefield, this held true. Not to mention the nobles who witnessed his exploits only through reports. The corruption within the Sorks Kingdom's political affairs contributed to this state of affairs. The royal capital, a frontline of power struggles, harbored intrigue and rampant machinations. And now, Marquis Muquer, the parents of Viol, resurfaced amidst it all. Years ago, they were ridiculed as fools who had foolishly let a great fish slip through their fingers. But drawing upon the cunning they had cultivated in noble society, they gradually acquired a reputation as the parents of brave. Though they now live apart due to a misunderstanding, that girl is the living embodiment of their noble lineage, nurtured by precious blood. Look at the evidence. Our daughter proudly bears the name Muquer. They even turned the negative rumors to their advantage and began seeking fiancé for their daughter. From royal families to dukes and high-ranking nobles, even wealthy upstarts with vast fortunes all vied for the honor of becoming Viol Muquer's betrothed. The candidates multiplied like fingers thrice broken and still insufficient. When her niece reported to Seralind that she wanted to marry an otherworldly man, she met strong opposition. It was out of concern for their well-being. Such selfishness would only breed enemies. They would be targeted day and night. An otherworldly stranger, neither noble nor known, such a match would not be fitting for you. Instead, wait a moment. I shall find a suitable partner, one who matches the stature of a duke's household, avoids political turmoil, and treats you not as a mere tool but with genuine affection. Someone who will surely. Section. I, too, was once a noble. Bound by blood, duty to the kingdom, and self-sacrifice, these principles were ingrained in me, even as I played at being an adventurer in the common streets. But what was best for me, born and raised as a noble, was the worst fate for that child who was denied the same upbringing. Seralind had gravely underestimated the depth of Viol's hatred for her parents, the depth of Viol's feelings for Kazutoru, and the profound magic that exists when Viol and Kazutoru are together. 3 days after Viol and Kazutoru left Seralind, who opposed their marriage, they reunited within the palace walls. They had infiltrated the castle where the king resided. Their conquest was easily overpowering. The royal guard, the mage corps, even the forbidden army, all were rendered powerless. Every member stood united, yet their hands were tied. Neither swordplay nor magic could harm their adversaries in the slightest. Conversely, they remained unscathed, immobilized. Among them was Seralind herself. The witch renowned throughout the kingdom for her sub-zero magic eyes was now helpless, as if soothing a child. The king was immediately forced to abdicate, charged with the grave offense of allowing nobles' decadence and corruption to flourish. A mere pretext. The truth was a rebellion, a betrayal against the nation. Certainly, the king had ruled with tyranny. The second prince, bypassing his older brother, ascended the throne due to the foolish favoritism of the late king. During his reign, he secured his position by lavishing gold, consolidating power, and burdening the populace. Not only that, but he allowed the arrogance of his own noble allies to run rampant. Rumors even circulated about Seralind's husband. The accidental death of the king's younger brother might have been orchestrated by the king himself. Yet still, he was the king. To openly depose him from the throne would be unthinkable. Bound and sprawled on the floor within the ice cell, Seralind watched the trembling king in astonishment. Internally, she suspected her husband of being the cause of this turmoil. Her once hated brother-in-law now resembled a wounded goblin, a blade pointed at him. Cease this. Such actions will yield no results. They will only brand you as an infamous rebel, hunted by the kingdom and the world. As you were about to shout, a couple entered the throne room. The crown prince and his wife, known for their mediocrity and wisdom, respectively. Despite trembling, the crown prince, holding his wife's hand, declared with unwavering resolve, The tyranny of my father, the king, has gone too far. Therefore, in the names of first Prince Shaps and Princess Fauntia, we demand his abdication. Let any dissenters step forward. In this moment, the lofty cause had substance, no longer mere pretense. Silence enveloped the throne room. No one dared to speak out. The Prime Minister, the Minister of Internal Affairs, even half of the bureaucrats present all wore ashen expressions. Yet, at this very moment, Seralind felt a strong sense of dissonance. Was it truly her niece who orchestrated this? Storming the palace, restraining without causing harm, and then compelling the crown prince to abdicate. Their audacity was characteristic of her, but the meticulous planning that accompanied their righteous cause was unlike her. Their seamless offensive, executed like clockwork, defied her usual style. Could it be the crown prince and his wife? Unlikely. Would the ordinary prince, known for his mediocrity, conceive of such a scheme? Or would the astute princess, renowned for her intellect, dare to execute something so bold? As Seralind harbored doubts, soft footsteps echoed. Behind the crown prince and his wife, standing quietly next to her niece, another figure had made the sound. The young man, now a grown adult with black hair, surveyed the assembly with chestnut-tinted black eyes and calmly spoke. There seems to be no opposition. Well, perhaps frozen hands cannot be raised. And everyone understood. The most fearsome presence in this room wasn't the crown prince and his wife, nor Marquis Mucair's daughter. Very well, then. Oh, and as for Viol, I'll take her with me. Anyone with objections, feel free to speak up. Our home lies on the outskirts of Nurtep. Come there if you wish. And anyone who dares make Viol cry, I'll crush them all. Bark. The young man's arms cradled a puppy, which barked as if in agreement. From the moment they stormed the palace until the king's abdication, the entire span of events, he has always held the puppy in his arms. Chapter 16.6 Marquis Mucair, Sunset. Every attempt at sabotage was thwarted. Pressure, appeasement, threats, bribes, duels, assassinations, all futile. The otherworldly house standing on the plains of Nurtep is impervious to any weapon or magic, despite its unassuming appearance. And the instigators were promptly, just as the young man had declared, crushed. The Count's family, relying on their power, demanded separation and was demoted in rank. A noble from another country who attempted seduction using women found themselves ensnared in scandal. The Viscount's family, who said they would never get a good night's sleep, grew paranoid upon discovering a knife thrust into their pillow each night. The wealthy man, laden with gold and silver, faced sudden exposure for tax evasion and were apprehended. A certain Marquis challenge to a duel resulted in disinheritance on the same day, and the dispatched assassins all echoed the same sentiment. It's impossible. Gradually, among those who made assassination their trade, an idiom emerged: go to the Hateno residence. It meant returning to an honest life. Amidst these events, a royal decree came from the newly crowned king, the former first prince. The otherworldly person, Kazutaru Hateno, was given the title Viscount. Simultaneously, the titles of which were granted to Viol Mucair Hateno and Kazutaru Hateno, respectively known as the Heavenly Bell Witch and the All-Night Witch. They stood recognized by the kingdom and neighboring lands as untouchable beings. To earn the title of witch, one needed not only exceptional achievements but also recommendations from at least 3 active witches. For these 2, nearly all the continent's existing witches, over a dozen, cast their votes. Before them, their magical prowess seemed insignificant. Those who refused to acknowledge this truth should promptly break their wands, they all agreed. The reputation of the 2 grew, and there were no longer any who dared to meddle. To give up or be crushed, such was the choice. It was your father's intention too. To cleanse the kingdom of the rampant political corruption, to expose and crush the nobles engaged in dirty dealings behind the scenes. By aligning with the king and queen, using marriage to your mother as bait, they ensnared those who came biting. Your father called it mole-whacking. Do you know what that means, Suekuan? Father, isn't that a bit too youthful? Fufu, indeed. Despite his calm demeanor, he had quite the fiery spirit. Perhaps even more mischievous than your mother. Then, what about the process? Yes. Your mother's family, the House of Marquis Muquer, also fell from grace. Section. To give up or be crushed. The House of Marquis Muquer was neither. Their former power, their status as masters of ice magic, had long since vanished like a fleeting dream. No one believed there was any hope left. Yet, they persisted. If they could reclaim their daughter, they believed they could once again ascend to the heart of power. After all, she was their own flesh and blood. They spared no expense on all kinds of sabotage. They applied pressure to halt her marriage. They tried to appease her and her husband. They resorted to threats, bribes, and even hired someone to challenge him to a duel. And finally, they sent assassins against their own daughter. As expected, and like all the others, every attempt ended in failure. But they were different from other noble families and wealthy individuals. They remained uncrushed. They attributed it to their familial bond. No matter how discordant or adversarial, they believed that blood ties softened the blow. Unable to take revenge, they held back. And they got carried away, led astray. Those sabotages became their downfall. Every action required funds. Hiring people, procuring supplies, it all drained their resources, yet they persisted. One attempt after another, and still more followed, and more, and more. They depleted their savings, liquidated their assets, sold off parts of their once grand estate. Yet they didn't stop. Normally, before falling that much, the royal family would issue warnings and extend a helping hand. But strangely, that never happened. They found themselves reduced to impoverished nobles in name only, barely scraping by. All that remained were the nearly empty manor in the capital and a minuscule portion of the tax revenue from their former lands, a pitiful sum. Despite having nothing left to sell, their debts ballooned. And eventually, it was the previous generation, the former lord and lady, who faced the first collapse. The prestigious house of Marquis Muquer, once vibrant in magical prowess, had aged prematurely. Despite being barely 60, they appeared worn and haggard. Their unfamiliarity with a life of poverty led to both of them developing dementia. The couple spent their remaining years in a daze at their ancestral estate. Unable to recognize their daughter's face, they lived under the care of attendants for about 5 years until they quietly passed away. Their eldest daughter, Sarin, employed the attendants and witnessed their final moments. Remarkably, despite their disoriented state, they outlived their son and daughter-in-law. The passing of the current lord and lady occurred even earlier. Wife, Twer, suffered from lung ailments within the dilapidated manor. Without funds for treatment, she lay bedridden, growing weaker by the day. In her final moments, she babbled incoherently, calling out her daughter's name. Realizing her impending death, she penned a desperate letter, pleading to see her daughter's face one last time. But not a single word of apology or well-wishing for her daughter's happiness graced the page. Shortly after his wife's passing, her husband, Wolf, fell ill. It was a peculiar ailment. His skin blistered and charred, as if scorched by fire magic. People speculated whether it was retribution or curse, perhaps the result of a grudge held by an assassin they once hired or a conniving merchant. The illness progressed rapidly. Before his elder sister could hear his plight and extend a lifeline, he passed away abruptly. He left no will, leaving his final thoughts a mystery. Yet, his lifeless body lay prostrate in front of the door to the dimly lit northern corner room, the very room where he had once bestowed upon his daughter. Chapter 16.7 With their beloved family. And so, the tales of the past conclude, with the passing of mother's parents and grandparents. From her slightly lowered gaze and the way she brushes her eyelashes, I can sense anxiety and tension. Holding Chocola tightly, her silver hair swaying, she looks just like a little girl. Eventually, mother speaks again. I still wrestle with it. As if confessing, she continues. Do I truly deserve to be your parent? Do I have the qualifications to be a parent? And then, as if questioning herself, when I heard that those, my parents, had fallen ill, I ignored it. I had no intention of visiting them or witnessing their final moments. I read the letter from the woman who was once my mother only once before burning it. When I learned that the man who was once my father had died outside my room, I felt nothing. The same goes for my grandparents, they were mere strangers to me. What happened to the estate? And the title and lands? Everything was entrusted to Aunt Seralind. Since I left at the age of 12, I've never returned. Her words carry distance. It's the distance within Mother's heart. I didn't understand what being a parent meant. I couldn't fathom their feelings. Why did they ignore me, treat me as if I didn't exist? But the moment they realized my power, why did they suddenly change their stance? How could I treat the family who had cast me out so carelessly, as if I was a mere tool? Mother. But, you know, Mother lifts her face. Tears trace her cheeks. Even when she heard about Father's death or watched his video message, she never let those tears fall in front of me, her son. In the Helheim Valley, Kazukuan found Chocola. He was still a puppy, rolling around, and then he licked my finger and it felt as if I'm breastfeeding him. His warm tongue and body heat were transmitted to me. She pet Chocola. When Karen was born, I was there too. Her crying face, those tiny fingers. Despite being exhausted and disheveled, Exia's beautiful smile and Louis crying like a fool, I still remember it all. She started at Karen. When I gave birth to Suikuan, I still didn't understand. A baby emerging from my womb. A life shared by Kazukuan and me. A small, fragile existence. Soft, tiny, yet alive. When I held you in my arms, life flowed into me. Surely, I was born in the same way. She looked at me, tears streaming down her face, and said, "Even now, I don't understand their feelings. Whether it's Chocola, Karen, Suikuan, or even Pochi and Mint, they were born into this world. They're here with me. They became my family. Just that alone makes them so dear to me. I want them to be happy. I want to protect them. Their abilities, magical talents, none of that matters in this context." Her voice trembled with anguish. "So, I question whether I'm qualified. Whether I'm fit to be your parent. What does it mean to be a parent? How can someone like me, flawed as I am, be a parent?" "Mother," I shouted. Unintentionally, impulsively, my voice rang out. Her words halted. Her throat quivered, and tears continued to fall. And so, her son, when I was a child, during the time when I had lost my memories of being here, I was told that my mother had disappeared. I said, rising from my seat and sitting back down next to my mother. I grasped her shoulders firmly. Because I had lost my memories, I accepted it at the time. I thought, that's how it is. But Father told me something. I continued, my voice growing stronger with each word. Stronger and stronger. He said that my mother loved me. Of course, she loved Father too. Even now, Mother is still part of the Hateno family. My mother's eyes widened. In those eyes that looked at me, there must have been an overlap with another figure. "Now, Chocola, do you consider Mother as part of our family?" "Kuan?" I asked, looking at our dog. Chocola responded with a soft whine, licking my mother's hand and fingers. "Karen, what kind of relationship do you think exists between you and Mother?" Vile-sama is our family. I am her adopted daughter," Karen replied, her emerald eyes narrowing as she smiled at my mother. "My maternal grandparents. I don't want to speak ill of them, even though I've never met them. But I'm sure they didn't treat my mother as their daughter. They probably never thought of her as their own child. That's why my mother couldn't see them as parents either." And then, I pulled my mother's shoulders closer and embraced her. Just like when we reunited, but this time reversed. The warmth flowed through the fabric of our clothes. I felt her heartbeat, her breath near my ear, and her body heat. I'm alive, you know? Mother is alive too. Warm, with a beating heart, living right here. It's the life that flowed into me, the life of the person who gave birth to me, who raised Chocola and Karen. My mother had probably lost sight of that. Raised by less than ideal parents. Denied proper treatment. But now, in this moment, I held her close, affirming our existence together. I hold deep affection for Mother. I want her to be happy. It doesn't matter what kind of birth or upbringing she had. Is that strange? No, it's not. It's perfectly natural. Wanting happiness for someone you love is not wrong, whether as family or as parent and child. Sway, Kuan. Since father is not here, I'd say it instead. Even if I weren't here, Karen, Chocola, Pochi, and Mint would all say the same thing. Our family isn't strange. We wish each other happiness, cherish one another, and hold each other in our hearts. Yes, that's right. Even father. The father within me says he loves us. Father love you too. What about you, mother? Isn't father also within you? Your dearest person is right there. I'm. My mother's trembling subsided. Strength returned to her arms, and she hugged me tightly. I've always been anxious. I was afraid that I wasn't a mother that you could be proud of. But I guess I just turned my back on that. And then, our mother, Vile Muker Hateno, pressed her forehead against mine, her tear marks still visible. Her gentle, calm expression remained unchanged. With a soft smile and amethyst eyes, she peered into my soul. The Kazukuan within me says to stick my chest out. If you're proud as a mother and love your family, stand tall. Yes, if father were here, he'd say the same thing. In response to my reply, mother said the same thing as father did some time ago. Thank you, Suikuan, Karen, Chocola. I love you all. Chapter 16.8, All Night, Overwhelming Night. The entire family decided to sleep together. We laid out futons in the guest room. As we pulled out enough for everyone, mother's face softened with nostalgia. She explained that when I was a baby, because our bedroom was cramped, she used this room for our morning and nighttime rest. Was I here too? Karen asked. Yes, indeed. It was when you were just starting to learn words. You'd say sway, sway, completely focused on little Suikuan. I don't remember. You were so attentive to Suikuan that sometimes you made him cry. Startled, you'd join in with your own wailing. It was quite a challenge, but it felt so precious, utterly irreplaceable. The futons were arranged with mother in the center, Karen on one side, and me on the other. And nestled between my mother and Karen was our doggo, Chocola. As the lights dimmed, each of us slipped under our respective futons. Honestly, at this age, sleeping next to my mother felt a bit embarrassing. And to make matters more interesting, Karen was right there too. Thanks to mother, I managed not to overthink it, but once I did, I might find it hard to fall asleep. Yet those feelings of embarrassment and nervousness vanished as soon as our pillows were laid down side by side. I may not have a conscious memory of it, but I know it happened. When I was still young, before I could fully grasp the world, I slept right here beside this person. The empty space on my right side felt lonely, surely because I used to be sandwiched between them. It's funny how things have reversed. Mother's voice, filled with sentiment, melted into the darkness. Back then, your father and I slept with you kids in the middle. Chocola was there too. Your father used to say, our family arrangement forms more lines than the character for river. The character for river has 3 vertical lines. The middle line is shorter than the others. So, it's like a metaphor for parents sleeping with their children in between. The abundance of lines must have amused father, I think. As you both have grown so much, mother now sleeps in between. Being sandwiched isn't so bad, is it? No, not at all. When I was a child, I never had an experience like this. It's a wonderful feeling. No matter which way I turn, my family is here. Mother shifted under the covers, and when she looked left, Karen smiled, while turning right met my gaze. Her violet eyes softened, narrowing gently. Suikuan's eyes seemed to melt into the darkness. Overwhelming night. A night too precious to let dawn break. Father used to say that to me often. Your eyes are pitch black, he'd say. Looking back, he had such a heartfelt expression. Foo-foo. I guess he was imagining the moment you'd return here. Your dark eyes, signifying the shadow attribute, were even deeper than his own. What was the name for father's magic eyes? I realized I didn't know and asked. Had I heard it in passing before? Or perhaps not. Each person's magical power manifested in their eye color, and each had a unique name bestowed by the world. Once you possessed a certain level of strong magic and could perform a certain degree of spell, The name would naturally come to you from the heavens or bubbling up from the earth as if blessed by the world. On the day Mother burnt down their mansion, she heard a heavenly bell. When I helped Bird-san and the others, I recognized, accepted, and overwhelmed the night. I hadn't heard Karen's backstory, but she must have encountered Calm Spring at some point. And Chocola. Did his eyes have a name too? Kuan. What's wrong? Mother petted Chocola, who had growled in response to my questioning look. Your father's magic eyes were called all night. All night. All through the night, until morning. The night that never ends. Recently, I've been wondering, I said, recalling father's slightly brown-tinted, gentle eyes. When I returned to this world and visited the town of Sidera, I heard stories about father from Bird-san. And all our companions seemed to know about it too. He used to be a tyrant, selfish and overbearing. But after father intervened and helped him, he changed for the better. Now, everyone around him is genuinely good-hearted. They were drawn to Bird-san's character and treated us kindly. I've been to the town many times, yet I've never encountered any strange individuals. When I think about it, it's quite odd. After all, I'm the child of mother and father. Not to boast, but I can wield rather unconventional magic. Surely, the country would find some utility in that. It's similar to what happened to mother, grandparents, and other authorities using their influence for political purposes or seeking direct military power. Threatening, coercing, manipulating with money or women, pretending to be allies while subtly directing actions. Just thinking about it, there are countless ways bad actors could exploit such abilities. Of course, living deep in this forest protects me from unwanted interference. But that's not the essence of it. Even if this house weren't in the void forest and instead existed near a regular town, I believe it would have been the same. In the darkness, amid silence, raindrops tapping gently from outside, I stretched my hand upward from under the futon, brushing the empty air, and continued. Father, mother, and even Karen, though I haven't met her, probably Cerilyn-san too. They all protected me, shielded me from strange interferences, kept cunning individuals at bay. Anyone who meant harm, they all stood up for me. Certainly, it all began long before I was born. My parents met, fell in love, and married, overcoming any obstacles in their path. They cleared the way for each other, step by step. I stand on the ground they prepared for me. I can stand firmly because our entire family has walked this earth. With those who guided me through dark nights by my side, I can cherish the dawn. Indeed, it's a precious and blissful feeling. Is that so? Mother's voice broke the silence. She exhaled deeply and responded. In that case, my existence had meaning. I walked the path alongside your father. And beyond that, you and Karen stand, continuing forward. What are you saying? Mother will be there too. Yeah, just like today. With me and you on either side, and Vile-sama as well. We exchanged playful laughter, and Chocola let out a sleepy yawn. Gradually, my consciousness slipped into the deep darkness. Amidst the gentle snores from both sides, a quiet murmur escaped into the night. Kazukuan, thank you. I feel truly happy. Chapter 17, In the Lively Forest. Chapter 17.1, When a Patch of Sunlight Peeks Out. The relentless downpour that had persisted for so long finally began to ease. It had been about a week since we listened to Mother's past stories. Karen mentioned that this year's end of the rainy season might be a bit early. And true to her words, after 3 more nights, the clouds finally parted, revealing the sun. And when the morning sun touched our faces, Mint couldn't contain her excitement. Hello, sunshine. Sunshine. She spun around in circles, arms wide open. With a beaming smile, she reached her hands toward the sky, soaking up the sunlight that poured down. Karen, playing the role of the protective guardian, nodded in agreement. Which do you like better, Mint? Rain or sunshine? Love both. Mother chimed in with a smile. Rain, cold refreshing. Sunshine, warm lovely. Both are nourishments for Mint. For plant monsters like Mint, a balance of water and sunlight was essential. During the rainy season, when it's not raining, it is cloudy, so this clear sky was a welcome change. Aoun. Bark bark. Chocola raced around the garden, clearly enjoying the newfound sunshine. But hey, Chocola, remember those rainy days when you rolled around in the mud? It was quite a challenge, wasn't it? Kuan. There are still muddy spots, so be careful. If you get dirty, it's bath time. Gaion. We stepped out of the garden and into the spacious pasture. The post-rain plain had a different charm from the garden. In the areas where grass hadn't been planted yet, puddles dotted the landscape. Perhaps it was time to sow the next batch of seeds. Hey, Pochi. Are you still sleepy? Kururu. In a corner of the pasture, Pochi rested near the stable. His eyes half closed, he seemed lost in a half-dreaming state. From now on, you'll gradually be able to enjoy sunbathing. However, summer will arrive soon, so we need to prepare. I'm not sure how hot it will get. While I doubt it'll be as scorching as a Japanese summer, there's still some anxiety about what kind of harsh summer might await us in this magical world. We need to make sure that our house is well ventilated. The climate around this part of the country doesn't usually get too hot during summer. Karen appeared by my side without me noticing. Really? Does the forest become unusually humid or anything like that? Sway is a bit mistaken. The Divine Will's broth is primarily a place where magic power accumulates and dissipates slowly. It is hardly affected by weather or seasons. And all those powerful monsters and peculiar plants are just because the land has high magic power. So, weather isn't related to magical intensity. While there's some connection, it's not something to worry too much about. Pokai. Play. As we engaged in our serious conversation, Mint passed by us. Kyuru. Pochi still seemed half asleep, barely reacting to Mint's call. But Mint paid no mind and Pokai. Ei. She leaped up, grabbed onto his leg, wriggled her way up his torso, and finally reached his back. There, she started jumping up and down. High. So high. She's adorable, but is she okay? Isn't it dangerous? I think Mint would be fine even if she fell. Bark. Looks like you're keeping an eye out, Chocola. Sway. Karen. Tiny. Mint. Big. Haha, Mint has grown taller. Hee hee. By the way, Pochi continued to squint his eyes. It seemed he wasn't too bothered. Mint perceived it as playing together, and Pochi remained half asleep. Well, that's fine. As I watched Mint frolic on Pochi's back and admired Chocola's steadfast presence at their feet, Karen and I discussed our preparations for summer. Thankfully, our house was equipped with air conditioning, so indoor comfort was assured. We'd keep an eye on Pochi's shed and make any necessary renovations. I also wanted to plant summer vegetables in the garden. I should rummage through the warehouse to see if we have any okra or cucumber seeds. And then there were summer clothes, perhaps even wind chimes for an elegant touch. Maybe I should consult with Novium-san about it. As we chatted about these matters, Suekuen, Karen, may I have a moment? Mother approached from behind. What's the matter? I have a small matter to discuss. It's about Aunt. Aunt. She was Mother's father's sister, Cerilyn-san, the person who appeared in her recent past stories. When Mother had just run away from home and was having a rough time, Cerilyn-san took care of her. She taught her various things, from common sense and practical life skills to how to interact with others. Apparently, Mother learned a lot from her. Although they became estranged after Mother married Father, once Father and I were teleported to the other world of Earth, Cerilyn-san wholeheartedly supported Mother, who was doing what she could so that our family could reunite. And she continues to do so even now. Cerilyn-san's responsibilities span various areas, from managing supplies for us in the city of Sidira to negotiating with the kingdom. She even handles Mother's financial investments. And on top of it all, she holds the title of witch and is a prominent figure in the country. Isn't she remarkable? Until now, both Mother and Aunt Cerilyn have been uncertain. But I want to introduce you to her. After my recent storytelling, I realized something anew. Aunt Cerilyn must have been trying to become my parent. It didn't work out due to misunderstandings and conflicting values. She added, sounding a bit melancholic. The reason she hadn't appeared before us until now seemed to be tied to those past misunderstandings. When your mother married your father, Aunt Cerulean opposed it and even suggested introducing her to some noble. Cerulean-san still regrets that decision. And similarly, Mother couldn't reveal her own birth and upbringing to us, which naturally meant she couldn't talk about Cerulean-san either. Perhaps both of them hesitated for that reason. So, I really want Aunt Cerulean to meet my family, meaning all of you. I want her to see that. I'm truly happy. Yeah, we'd like to greet her too. Will she become our grand aunt? I've heard about her, and even when I received the title of witch, she recommended me. I've always felt grateful and wanted to express my thanks. Thank you both. Mother smiles happily at our responses. Given that we are currently preparing for summer, I apologize. Going to Sidera as a group will take time. Mother said apologetically. I tilted your head in confusion. What do you mean? Are we all going to Sidera? Well, if we're introducing her, it can't be just you and Karen. It has to be the entire family. Ah, I see. It seemed Mother was unaware of the discrepancy in her words. Or rather, Mother probably doesn't realize it. Perhaps there is hesitation towards Cerulean-san. And for us, more like keeping a respectful distance. She is so concerned about us, wanting to stand behind us as a mother that she doesn't realize. This house isn't mine alone. So I shake my head and say, Mother, isn't grand aunt important? Instead of us going, why not invite her to our mother's home? Chapter 17.2, Getting Ready. Amazing. Mint. Did it. See. Didn't I tell you? With the two of us together, we can lift. But. Not for long. Mint stretched out both hands horizontally. Jean Escuin and Mine Ork-chan grabbed each side, their small wings fluttering. Desperately pulling Mint upward, they managed to lift her about 30 centimeters off the ground. Soon, their limits were reached, and Mint gently touched down on the ground. Huff, huff. We did it. Yeah, but no more. Foon. Thanks. Mint giggled excitedly, while the young dragons panted. They all sat down on the grass, laughing together. It seems like they've bonded quickly. Mint isn't shy at all. Maybe it's because she inherited some of the G-Liz blood when she was born. Somehow, she knows they're your hatchlings. Bark. Watching from a distance, Chocola, G-Liz, and I observed the scene. We are currently at the Dragon Village. Section. We had come to the Dragon Village for a purpose, to gather supplies. I wanted to prepare various kinds of dishes for inviting Cerulean-san to our home. So, instead of going alone with Chocola, I decided to bring Mint along. We introduced her to the villagers, and she got along well with the dragon hatchlings. I apologize, G-Liz. I've been making you do a lot of legwork. Kaka. In our case, it is called wing work, Sway? That sounds very dragon-like. Ah, don't worry about it. I'm getting my fair share of meat and I don't feel bad about being depended on. Besides, it's a good experience for our hatchlings. I've never heard of anyone playing with Alron as a child, not even dragons. I agree, Daisuyo. Also, the tail of this guy wasn't in good spirits during the rainy season. He seemed a bit down. It's like he missed you all quite a bit. Hey, Minar, don't talk nonsense. That said, this time, G-Liz would be flying quite a distance for us. First, we'd transport supplies between the Dragon Village and our home, and then we'd pick up Cerulean-san on Sidera. Well, it was my idea to invite Cerulean-san to our place, so technically, I'm the one making G-Liz do it. Chocola, stay here and babysit Mint and the little dragons. I'll call you again once I've finished gathering the ingredients. Bark. Chocola barked and dashed off toward the grassy field. Mint and the dragon children, who had been laughing together, noticed and waved their large hands and wings. Chocola, G-Ness, Mine Ork, pull up. Or, that Alron girl is quite adorable. She's our pride and joy. Fufu, I can understand G-Liz's feelings. There's never a dull moment interacting with you guys. Oh no, we've been quite spoiled by you. Ara, haven't you forgotten already? You helped us defeat that sea mutant. That was really helpful. Since you saved the lives of the lamias, feel free to put my husband to work as much as you want. Mine playfully nudged her husband's back with her tail, smiling coolly. In some way, I've come to understand how G-Liz is treated in this family. Anyway, I can't linger here too long today. The sun-kissed ingredients were carefully packed into the oversized backpack once carried by Mother when she arrived at the forest. Inside, there were clams, shrimp, and various fish, their vibrant colors making my face light up. I had asked the lamias about the state of the sea, and they assured me that it was peaceful. The fishing yields had rebounded, and now they even caught large fish. There was no need to worry anymore. Still, I wanted them to know they could always rely on us. For the lamia, the bounty of the sea was a vital lifeline. If only I could introduce them to some new dishes, something beyond their usual raw meat and fish. Their taste buds might be different from ours, but I'd approach this challenge patiently. After a while, I finished packing all the ingredients. Mint, see you later. Let's play with Pochi next time. See you later. Yeah. Genius, mine orc. Fun, thanks. Mint waved goodbye to the young dragons. I cradled her on my knee, and we climbed onto G-Liz's back. Chocola barked his farewell too. I'd like to invite G-Liz's family to our house in the near future. However, I guess it's not safe for them to go deep inside the forest. I think that might be a good idea. My main concern was that my hatchlings would be too excited and run off your property, but they've become much more attentive lately. I'm glad we showed them your battle. What? My battle? What do you mean? Haha, about that. How do I say it? It's because we chatted while flying back home. G-Liz would continue his journey to Sidera, but he will be carrying Mother. I felt guilty as it would take him 4 hours for the round trip. Don't worry, I'll just leave Heavenly Beldono fly alone so we can fly at full speed. The journey there would only take half the usual time then. What do you think I am? Well, aren't you the most powerful witch in the world? While engaging in that conversation, they took off. After bidding farewell, I quickly unpacked the ingredients from the backpack and started cooking. Of course, I enlisted Karen's help. Initially, when we reunited, Karen merely observed my cooking. But lately, she's been gradually learning to assist. She can now roughly chop vegetables and handle other tasks. Thanks to her, we made good progress with the preparations. The weather is sunny today, and since we all want to dine together, let's have an outdoor party. For this occasion, not that it was specifically planned, I've prepared something I started working on a while back. It was completed just before the rainy season hit, so it has been stored in the warehouse until now. But today, it finally got its moment. Karen, could you bring that over? Karen headed to the warehouse, carrying a massive circular object above her head. It's a round table crafted from a tree stump, so large that it takes both of us to encircle it and form the radius. With a thud, the table settled in the center of the garden. I remember that. Big. Mint giggled, tapping the table's surface. She knows it's meant for meals, so she refrains from climbing on it. Clever girl. I originally wanted to apply varnish for a finishing touch, but I ran out of time. Considering the rainy season, it wouldn't have worked anyway. Let's plan to do it during summer. Apparently, varnish in this world is made from amber. It serves as a protective agent and enhances the wood's luster, making the growth rings appear more beautiful. Despite being stored in the warehouse, it might have absorbed some humidity, so we'll take our time with it. As for the dishes, only the finishing touches remain. I've prepared menus tailored to Pochi, Chocola, and Mint, even though they'll be eating different things. Sharing a meal in the same place holds significance. And so, we waited for about 30 minutes. True to G-Liz's declaration, a dragon's silhouette appears overhead an hour earlier than planned. Together with Mother, our grand aunt, Cerilyn-san, descends into the garden. Chapter 17.3 Welcome, Grand Aunt. Descending from the back of G-Liz, who stood in the corner of the garden, her appearance momentarily left me dumbfounded. I had heard she was well over 70. So, with all due respect, I had imagined her to be a typical grandmotherly figure. And yet, she was young. No, not just young. She appeared younger than Mother, No, she'll even pass as my peer. Her demeanor exuded an air of a lady in the inner window. Graceful, gentle, and delicate, her slender frame hinted at a bloodline connection to mother with her bluish-silver hair. Her posture was supple, her spine straight, and an air of refinement surrounded her. The description noble probably fit. After all, she was born and raised in the Duke's household. First, Cerilyn-san bowed her head in gratitude to G. Liz. He nodded gracefully and said to us, "Feel free to enjoy your time undisturbed," before swiftly taking flight. I hope we didn't inconvenience him too much. Prompted by mother, Cerilyn-san approached. She was beautiful, no doubt. Yet, I felt no fluttering in my chest. Instead, a nostalgic feeling washed over me, a realization that this woman is certainly my relative. She stopped before Karen and me. Before uttering a greeting, she placed her hand over her heart, bent her knee, and lowered her head. A curtsy, perhaps, fitting for this world. Cerilyn-san spoke. "Sway, Karen. I apologize for not showing my face until you have grown so much. The burden of my inadequacy has weighed on me for far too long. But now, prompted by Vile's counsel, I have come to expose my shame. Thank you for inviting a rude person like me. Please raise your head. May I address you as Grand Aunt? If I still have the right to be addressed that way." No, I don't. Qualification is. I find myself in a predicament. Being treated with such reverence makes it challenging to respond appropriately. Glancing at Karen, I notice she has become a complete statue. She notices my gaze and solemnly nods. This girl, she's fully committed to letting me handle everything. Even mother seems a bit puzzled about what to say. What should I do? I had hoped for a more ordinary interaction with our relative, but then again, I've never really had any experience with family relations. I'm hopeless. A saving grace arrives, trotting over with a cheerful demeanor. "Sway, this person, friend. It's Mint." Her innocent eyes widen as she looks at both me and Cerilyn-san, tilting her head curiously. Cute. And in that cuteness, I see an opportunity. "Mint, this person is our relative, Cerilyn-san. She's Vile Carson's aunt, which makes her our grand aunt. Aunt? Oba-san? I guess we haven't explained to you what blood relative is yet." Ito. After a brief pause, I explained to Mint. "She's an important person to us. Why don't you greet her? Important. Everyone's important. She's Mint's important too." Mint walks over to Cerilyn-san. With her verdant, tousled hair floating around her, she smiles and tightly grips her skirt. "Cerirind. Hello, I'm Mint." Cerilyn-san's eyes widened. But soon, they narrow. A poignant expression fills her clear blue eyes. Facing a little girl, she looks as if she's thinking something so distant. Squatting down, Cerilyn-san gently stroked Mint's head and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Mint-chan. I'm Cerilind. Well, since I'm Vile Carson's aunt, I'd be delighted if you called me Grandma." "Oba-chan? Grandma? Hee, yes. Grandma. Grandma. Grandma." Mint clung tightly to her, and Cerilyn-san returned the embrace with kindness. Her eyes held a hint of something like tears. Section. Thanks to Mint, Cerilyn-san seemed to let go of some burden. She smiled at us, said "Please call me Grandma," and hugged me, then Karen. Her arms conveyed both fragility and strength, as if filled with deep emotions. After politely greeting Chocola and Pochi, Cerilyn-san, our grand aunt, walked toward the corner of the garden, where a stone monument stood. Mint had transformed it into a more fitting grave-like structure than before. There, Cerilyn-san knelt. "I've wronged you for far too long." Her voice carried regret, apology, and above all, sincerity. "You might think it's too late now, but please allow me to say this. Kazutaru, I wholeheartedly bless your marriage with Viol." Mother gasped. She forced a smile, perhaps masking the emotions welling up inside. "Thank you for making my beloved niece happy. Thank you for protecting Viol and your family. And thank you for showing me a future when my vision was clouded." This was what Mother had told me. Long ago, Cerilyn-san had been married and had a husband and son. It seems she had a happy family. Yet her husband passed away in an accident, and her son succumbed to illness, leaving her alone to bear the weight of their loss for a long time. When father died, we coped by sharing our grief. But this woman had to carry her family's memories and regrets all by herself. Even over there, I had you. Kuan. I say to Chocola, who sits beside me. He responds with a throaty sound, as if nodding in agreement. Back then, I thought I was utterly alone. But strictly speaking, I wasn't. Chocola was there for me. If someone asked whether I could have accepted my father's death without Chocola, the answer would be a resounding no. What must Cerilyn-san have felt? How deep was her pain? After a long silent prayer, Cerilyn-san finally lifted her head. Then, with the most cheerful voice I can, I asked her, "Grandma, let's have a meal together." Chapter 17.4. Let's all gather around the table. With the help of Mother and Karen, we prepare for the party. We cook over the fire, take things out of the refrigerator, and serve. In less than an hour, a variety of dishes are neatly arranged on the log table. For dishes that are best enjoyed fresh, such as grilled and stewed dishes, we also make use of the outdoor stove to serve them piping hot right there. First, the meat dishes. The centerpiece is a whole roast chicken made from a jiji bird. We stuff it with herbs and whole potatoes, then steam roast it on the outdoor stove. Additionally, we have rare steaks made from the shoulder meat of the large horned sheep that has been marinated with kombu. It's a creation that adds the umami of kombu to the lamb. Next, seafood. We have steamed shrimp and clams, sole meunier, and marinated small horse mackerel. The steamed dish is generously flavored with butter, while the meunier is served with tartar sauce. As for the marinated small horse mackerel, it's a personal favorite of mine. It has that unmistakable Japanese flavor, even though it's called nanban. Note, it literally means southern barbarian. It has been used to designate people from South China. For vegetables, we have assorted side dishes for each main course, along with a salad. Fresh ingredients are combined, sprinkled with nuts and tangy berries, and seasoned with dressing. As a palate cleanser, we serve a clear soup with kombu-infused condiments. The soup contains mushrooms and fish liver. It's not made with eel, but it's what we colloquially call liver soup. The kombu condiment is actually reused from when we marinated the lamb steak with kombu. We've finely shredded it so that it doesn't look like seaweed at first glance. Mother and Karen still seem a bit hesitant to try it. Coo. They'll unknowingly savor it. For beverages, in addition to the staple barley tea we keep at home, stored in the stock, we offer striped goat milk, a blend of milk and fruit juice, and, for the adults, grape wine sourced from Sidera. The wine was brought by Mother on the way when she picked up Cerilyn-san. I thought one bottle wouldn't be too much of a burden, but she ended up bringing back 3. Mother. And finally, dessert. A rare cheesecake made with tomatoes and berries. It's the same one Tomo-san and I made back in Sidera. The slightly bluish base is topped with a red, transparent tomato jelly. Strangely enough, it's the same color as Mother's. I remembered that and decided to include it as our dessert this time. Section. As the various dishes are laid out on the table, Cerilyn-san, our grandma, widens her eyes in surprise. With everything prepared, we all gather around our astonished grandma and say in unison, "Then, bon appetit. Itadakimasu." The party has begun. This lamb steak is incredibly delicious. It has a flavor beyond just meat. Yes, everything pairs well with the wine, especially the steamed shrimp and clams. I'd like to have a little drink later too. Mint, would you like some juice? This, tasty. Sweets, love it. Both Chocola and Pochi, eat plenty, bark. Nom, kiurururu. Choo. Mint enjoys a clear soup with the ingredients removed, along with fruit juice. Chocola gets a blend of striped mountain goat milk and dog food, as well as boiled meat. Pochi's plate is piled high with salad seasoned with salt instead of dressing. We've prepared each treat to suit their tastes. Grandma, how is it? I heard you like jiji birds, so we made it as the centerpiece for the roast. But if there's anything you don't like, please don't force yourself. Cerilyn-san sits at the table, delicately sampling various dishes on her plate. At this rate, it seems she won't find anything unappetizing, but... Sway, did you hear that from Viol? About my favorite food? Yes, but I wasn't sure about the cooking method or seasoning preferences, so I was a bit anxious. I see. So it was a coincidence. She gazes at the whole potatoes inside the roast chicken and narrows her eyes. Then, she murmurs, "My son used to love it roasted Gigi bird. But he always wanted to eat only the meat. My husband and I were always left with the potatoes inside. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Did I bring back painful memories? No, no. How could that be?" Grandma's face softens with kindness as she looks at me. Ah, I recognize that expression. It's the same one Mother occasionally wears. The look she gives when watching me and Karen playfully enjoying ourselves. Setting down her plate, Grandma places her hand gently on my cheek and says, "My son passed away due to illness. The disease was called God's favor. It's the same illness you had when you were young. God's favor. An incurable disease where magic power growth outpaces the development of magic organ, leading to the body being consumed by excessive magic power. Once it manifests, death is almost certain, yet it's an incredibly rare condition. During my childhood, I suffered from this dreaded disease, which tore our family apart. It happened over 30 years ago. Even now, and certainly back then, there was nothing we could do. I could only hold my weakening son's hand by his side. Over time, when your mother told me about your illness, it felt like my world turned pitch black. Listening to her, I realized that your mother and Grandma reconnected because of my illness. Mother, desperate to find a cure, sought clues by visiting Grandma. Somehow, it led to their renewed relationship. I didn't know. That happened back then. When you and Kazutaru traveled to another world, there was both sorrow and relief. If that world lacks magic and mana, there's a high chance that God's favor could be healed. In reality, it's not that magic doesn't exist there. It's the opposite. Magic concentration is so high that it becomes imperceptible. But regardless of the reasoning, the result remains the same. And indeed, I survived. That's why Viol and the others have been tirelessly researching the boundary erosion phenomenon for 13 years. Mother and the others believed in my survival and worked hard. Sway, show me your face. She gently strokes your cheek, her eyes welling up with tears. I don't mean to equate you with my son. That would be disrespectful to both him and you. But, Sway, you survived. You triumphed over that wretched disease. For me, it was a tremendous relief. Knowing that my beloved nephew didn't have to suffer the same fate as my son brought immense joy. What emotions she truly harbors are beyond my comprehension. I'm still a child, my life experiences are shallow, and I haven't married or had children. So imagining her feelings is difficult, and claiming to understand would be presumptuous. But at least, thank you, Grandma. 13 years ago, you did everything for me. You reconciled with Mother. And now, you're here sharing this meal with us. If squeezing her hand on my cheek in return can convey my feelings, I'm also happy to have relatives. To know that Mother wasn't alone. That someone like you supported our family from the shadows. Cerilyn-san, my grandma, smiles gently at my words and nods. Thank you too. The food is absolutely delicious. It has just begun. The family feast continues. Chapter 17.5. That is the shape of our happiness. When our bellies are full, some engage in lively conversations, while others play and frolic. Those who watch over us do so with gentle smiles. Each of us begins to spend time as we please. As the sun begins to set, the party eventually winds down, and night falls. Mint, of course, has retired to the bedroom, along with Sway and Karen. Viol and Cerilyn, however, remain in the living room, sipping wine and enjoying a quiet moment together. This house is filled with remarkable things. Cerilyn, who's going to stay there for the night, remarks in awe. Even at night, the room is brilliantly illuminated, casting light into every corner. The walls, floors, ceilings, and layout boast materials and designs unlike anything she has ever seen. The storage area, devoid of magic, maintains a consistent low temperature to prevent food spoilage. The kitchen features a cooking station where meals can be prepared without fire. The bathroom offers warm water that cascades like rain, and the soap is unlike any other, leaving hair and skin beautifully radiant. Countless marvels abound, each hinting at a civilization far advanced beyond the kingdom's current state. Even the comfort of the sofa rivals the finest used by royalty. I finally understand why Kazutaru was so adamant about not allowing anyone inside. The technology and knowledge within this house could inadvertently bring about the world's destruction. The fact that the teleportation point ended up deep within the void forest might have been fortunate. It spares Suekuan unnecessary hardships. Viol shrugs her shoulders. Then, she takes a sip of wine before locking eyes with Seralind. They were good children, weren't they? My family, she says with pride evident in her smile. Seralind closes her eyes, exhales deeply, and responds, "Yes, truly." Viol's confident expression is unlike any Seralind has seen in her niece before, a testament to the extraordinary nature of their current situation. With an air of calm and poised grace, Viol exudes the confidence of a mother who has settled into her role. It's not a deliberate act, it's simply who she is. Curious, Seralind poses a question. "Viol, what prompted you to share the past with your children?" "It was the accumulation of various factors." Viol replies, her gaze drifting into the distance. "First, when Suekuan returned here and began interacting with different people, I saw him grow into an adult." She continues, her thoughts lingering on her son. "Then there's Karen, who finally started showing a more age-appropriate face after reuniting with Suekuan." Viol adds, relieved about her adopted daughter. "And even Chocola has grown up so well. I couldn't be left behind," she remarks, her admiration for their dog evident. And then, at the Dragon Village, the lamias performed a mourning ritual for a mutant. These were mere enemies, irrational beings that endangered the village. Yet, they reverently sent off those creatures' lives. When I saw Suekuan's expression during that moment, I thought, that same look was on his face when he killed the demon beast. Viol reflects deeply within herself. Shortly after returning home, Mint was born and Alron nourished by the magic power of this house. She even drew magic from his hair. A daughter of all of us, small and adorable, a new life. And perhaps that's when I started thinking. Setting her wine glass on the table, Viol gazes at her own palm. She begins to speak. Life and death, mourning and celebration, preservation and sacrifice, and our own existence, along with my beloved family. Her words may be vague, but the emotions she holds in her heart are clear. Even when words fail, there's a distinct form, a certainty. We're not alone. We share our sorrows, celebrate our happiness, and want to live to keep living until the end, even if someone passes away. At that moment of departure, I want to smile and entrust my feelings to everyone, knowing that I was happy. That sentiment, that form, it's surely something the whole family holds as well. They carry it within them. And precisely because of that conviction, that's why I shared it. I told everyone about myself. To become a true family for those children, to truly be their mother. To live with laughter and be able to smile even in death. Yes. Slightly hesitating, Seralind leans closer to Viol, gently stroking her head. For me, it was impossible. To bid farewell with a smile to my Mukare family, to my husband and son, to inherit their feelings and move forward. Neither Kazutaru nor you could do it that way. It's not an easy thing. It's incredibly difficult, not just a beautiful ideal. Yet the light shining in her eyes isn't regret or envy. It was relief. But precisely because of that, isn't it? Knowing it's an ideal, yet still striving to achieve it. Believing that if our family is together, we can surely do it, living each day so that we can smile even when the end approaches. Ah, surely that's an immense desire. Yet it's also an ordinary wish. You can do it. You all certainly can. Seralind kisses Viol's hair and offers a serene smile. Her grown-up niece now appears older than herself. The girl who once exuded the aura of a wounded beast is no longer here. Section. Listening to the conversation between mother and grandmother through the door, I quietly step away from the scene. I'll endure my thirst for now, They were discussing something important. I don't want to interrupt. They hadn't even noticed the footsteps coming down the stairs, such was the gravity of their conversation. It's not my place to disrupt it. RONNNNN. Chocola's distant howl echoes from outside the house, coming from the backyard. At some point, he started howling like this at night. Surely, it's to keep magical creatures away from the vicinity of the house, to protect the family from external threats. As Mother has said, we are not alone. Even in the heart of the forest, we live joyfully and harmoniously. Although Grandmother will return to Sidera tomorrow, I hope that the happiness and liveliness of our family reaches those who live apart, riding on the silence of the night. Afterword. And that concludes Volume 3, Lively from Within the Forest. This volume explored the struggle for survival in nature and the essence of life. Sway witnessed the significant births of Mint and became deeply aware of it. Viol confronted her past, and the family renewed their bonds. Next will be the start of Volume 4, Childhood Memories and Silver Bracelet. We'll delve into new characters, more lively moments, and focus on a certain character. End of Volume 3.